well-being, the calmness experienced in the body, mind, and spirit while trusting in a divine power. And the only way that I find that you can get to this peaceful state is what Scott was referring to earlier, is being in the now. The now, this moment, this second, this second. What are we bringing here with us into this moment? And the challenge is to provide a clearing, right? What not right now are we focused on? What are you focused on? Is your mind wandering? Are we thinking about the pressures we may be dealing with? I mean, I had coming into this panel, I had a lot of things going on, and I really had to work hard at ridding myself of a feeling of stress and all of that. And I worked with it, and I'm here now in the moment, and this is the only way that peace can come, in my experience. Okay. Be in the now without distraction. And as this slide says, clear the mind and heart from all negative emotions if we can, but we only have the moment to do it. So what else are we going to do in this moment? Clear. Quiet down the noise and static in head and surroundings, and free yourself from all pressures and fears, obsessions and worries. Feel a deep calm and peace of mind. Breathe slowly. Breathe in, breathe out slowly. And now with that process, we're clear to focus and concentrate and becoming fully aware, wholeheartedly, whole mindfully available. In this picture here, I used to be a violinist long time ago, and this picture speaks to me because this picture shows a poised musician. In the background, you see all those swirly things going on. To me, it looks like the possibility of all the cacophony in the surrounding, but this violinist is poised to begin to play something. And the only way that violinist can hear that tone within himself or herself is by being quiet. And that's it. Come to a state of where nothing exists except that no noise, and being poised to hear the tone within and then play it without. I guess the question is, am I available right now in this moment? And before we get to the next slide, I just want to say this quote, which is very meaningful for me in light of this definition of peace. When we get to that point where we are so fully in the moment, thinking of nothing except that peaceful state, the quote is, "Let the light within you be brighter than the storm outside of you." So with that, let's go to the next slide. Okay, let me just go here. Harmony. The definition of harmony, this is the bridge that Scott was speaking about. The definition I found that was meaningful is a positive state of inner peace, calmness, and balance, as well as the feeling of being attuned with the world within and without. Okay? I see it as taking God-gifted talents, gifts, passions, interests, and magnifying them, allowing them to grow within. And as they grow within, then we're going to find that it comes out. Body, mind, spirit, which are all aspects of who we are, working towards one purpose, and that's being in the groove, comfortable in your own skin. Harmony, I believe, requires utmost surrender. Okay? And if you look at the picture here, these are two musicians who are playing together. Their harmony might be two different notes, two different instruments. They are not the same, but they are complementing, right? And so they have to listen to each other, make sure that one is not playing more loudly than the other. It's all about complementation, and that's complementation with an E. Okay, so they are poised to express the notes being heard inside of themselves, to hear it, feel it, then bring it into focused expression. The musicians, they're poised in stillness, but they come together, each one diverse, and they are one body. They're part of an orchestra, and there is harmony. There's listening to others. There's playing their individual parts to make beautiful music together. No competition. Okay, they're in one clear mission and purpose. And this happens with us inside when we are all like oneness in body, mind, and spirit in the most peaceful situation that we can find ourselves in the moment. This is what happens inside of us as well. And so if you look at the slide here, Um, Harmony is synchronization of mind, body, and spirit. It's an organization. It's harmony and order and bringing it all together with one clear purpose. Next slide. Joy. So everybody wants to feel joy, right? You believe it's possible to experience joy? I don't know, I had a hard time with it in the past because I didn't understand what joy was. I thought it meant to be happy all the time. And I don't think that that's what joy is. Joy to me is a lasting emotion that comes from the belief that you will be fulfilled. There's a sense of awe, an all-encompassing connection within, a feeling of being at home with oneself and comfortable in my own skin in the moment. And this is not a conscious thing. I believe in my experience as well, and in the experience of others that I've spoken with, that joy just happens. It's an emanation from within of an incredible light, and sometimes it's undefinable, but it is an incredible sense of well-being. So it's kind of like feeling oneness with yourself and the world in a moment, and there's incredible power in feeling a sense of well-being and that sense that you are one with all. And I remember having that feeling one time. I was just driving in a car and I looked around at the people around me and I felt like I was in love with the world. And I had no idea where that came from, but I was just in the moment, the right time, and it just happened. And I still remember it. It was years ago, and it was just a sense that I had never felt before that deeply. And once I felt it, I knew that it was possible to have joy in my life all the time. So in this picture, I wanted to point out that this is a picture of an orchestra, the conductor, and the full audience who've experienced peace, harmony, and joy through music, basically. So the conductor focuses the musicians in robust expression. The audience receives it all, feels the room filled with joy. And that's what happens inside of us, too, in those quiet moments and maybe not so quiet moments. And even sometimes the most challenging times of our lives, we can experience joy when we play our parts to hear the tones of peace and harmony within us. Next slide, please. So just in summary, we're looking at peace, harmony, joy, one spirit united within. It happens all at once sometimes. The world looks different. Everything changes in one moment. But you know what? It takes consistent practice, starting with me. Scott was referring to some of the practices to get to that place where you start the process of peace. Yoga, meditation, reading, going for a walk, playing with your dog or cat, having a great conversation with a family member or a friend. These are all part of the practice of making room within ourselves for peace, harmony, and joy. And these 4 points here, they're beautiful points. When we are in harmony with all these three aspects, we feel special and unique. And our spirit needs to create a full and joyful life. That is why we are here. That is it. And it all starts with us individually. It's our choice. It's our choice to be free within ourselves and in our worlds. And it is not difficult, but the world gets changed as we change in ourselves. And it's a beautiful place. And anyway, it's been my experience. So thank you, Scott. I will turn it over to you now.
All right, Robin, great job. Thank you. So we'll close it out with the handful of slides here. Next slide, please. So here's the thing. Once you're feeling peace, harmony, joy in yourself, again, hopefully you appreciate again how powerful your mind is, how you can create this sense of great feeling inside of yourself. What's interesting is then you have the ability to actually create this great sense of feeling with your family and other people that are close to you. So, we talk about you never have to have a fight again from a peace perspective. If somebody says something mean to you, doesn't mean you have to say something back. I mean, if you're going to have peace, harmony, and joy with your family, no reason to ever fight again. Just doesn't mean you have to let them be mean to you, but it doesn't mean you have to, you don't need to participate in a fight. You just be peace. The harmony part is to appreciate that everybody in your family is special and unique. And, just like that orchestra, if everybody played the same instrument, the music wouldn't sound very good. Think of your family as a bunch of musicians. Everybody's playing different instruments. They have different perspectives, they have different talents, different gifts, and really try to get to appreciate them for who they are. I think you will find that your family, your relationships with your family will be more peaceful, harmonious, and joyful. And one of the examples we give in our book is this concept called listening from not knowing. So many people in their family, they've been hearing this family member say things and do things for so long that they know what that person's going to say before they say it. But here's a little trick for you. The next time you're in a conversation with that family member, act like you've never met them before. Act like it's the first time you've ever met someone in your family. It could be your mother, your father, your sister, your brother. Act like you've never met them before in your mind. Again, your mind's so powerful. And think about how it is when you meet somebody for the first time. You're curious. You listen to them deeply. You have no preconceived notions. You actually usually probably have a pretty joyful experience with them. You'll be amazed of this one little trick that we have in the book of how it actually can dramatically positively change your relationships with your family members. And again, the book has many other little tricks like that too. And just be in the moment with them and enjoy them. That's how you have peace, harmony, and joy with your family. Next slide, please. Teams. Again, orchestra is a team. There's sports teams, all these different teams. If everybody played the same position in sports, couldn't be a very good team. And all different sports, you need people who are faster, and you need people who are strong, and you need people that can do this and can do that. It's another example of having peace, harmony, and joy with your teams. First off, no reason to ever fight with them. They say something mean, doesn't mean you guys say something back. So always start with the foundation, have peace. The harmony part is appreciating that everybody brings something special to the team. And you may not see it, but to pay more attention, because everybody is there for a reason. And to remind yourself, if everybody did the same thing, the team would not be successful. Strong teams are diverse, and they have people do different things, bring different perspectives, different talents to the team, and be in the moment with them. Enjoy them. Truly enjoy those experiences with them. You can have so much success and so much, so much enjoyment out of the teams that you're on. Next slide, please. The workplace. Again, same type of thing. No need to ever have a fight with anybody in the workplace. Peace is the foundation. Again, harmony is appreciating all the different talents and strengths that everybody brings. People come from different countries. People have different experiences. All those things make for a strong team, and take the time to learn them and appreciate them, and then be in the moment with your teammates. You'll be amazed how much success you will have in the workplace. Next, and how much joy you'll have. Next slide, please. And once you get good at it with yourself, once you get good at it with the people close to you, again, your family, your teammates, your people in your workplace, then you can actually start to see this unfold in your communities. Again, you have the power to influence your communities by just applying the peace, harmony, and joy approach. You have the power to, again, never have a fight with anybody in your community. Just because they look different or they think different doesn't mean you have to say something mean to them. Take the time. The harmony is about taking the time to get to know them. Get to know the people who are different. Get to know the people who are playing different roles in your community. You'll be amazed how much you actually have in common, and even the differences, how they actually make the community better and more special, and just appreciate them in the moment. But this is working in communities all over the world now, and you have the ability, if you want to apply these principles and work on them, to truly have an impact on people who you don't even know. Next slide, please. And it gets around the world. You should know that the organization that we formed based on the book is called the Peace, Harmony, and Joy Alliance. And our mission is peace on earth. And you might think that's impossible, but we believe that is very doable. And if you think about it, if every single person on this planet knew these principles, if every single person on this planet was feeling lots of peace, harmony, and joy in themselves, if they never fought with each other, if they appreciated each other, if they really truly are having joyful experiences with each other, we would have peace on earth. And that's why so many people are joining our movement, are joining our organization, because they are learning that this is possible. And I don't know if you've ever heard of the butterfly effect, but the butterfly, when it flaps its wings, it actually has an effect on people in places all over the world. You have that ability too. You have the opportunity to truly change the world by how you feel and how you act. And the peace, harmony, and joy approach, we believe, is something that you can use to make the world a better place. Next slide, please. Again, our book is called Less Stress, More Joy. You can get it on Amazon.com. And you can also join our joyful journey at peaceharmonyjoy.org. Next slide, please. And that's it. So, Sherry, back to you.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Scott. I'm feeling better already. I'm just feeling more calm and more at ease. We need to be in a Zoom with you every morning where we just go through that exercise. Thank you so much. We have two other panelists. I'm going to turn it back to Annabelle Khan, and she's going to introduce the other two panelists, and they're from Papua New Guinea, and they're going to be talking about youth mental health.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Sherry. Thank you so much, Mr. Scott Frank and Robin Joseph. Very beautiful, very mindful session that we've just gone through. Now, remember that we had the little game where we talked about all the stressors, the trauma, the bad experiences that we have felt, people who have struggled with different mental health situations. And it's just to show that really in a world where there's chaos, right? There's a lot of difficulty, challenges. When you turn on the news, you hear a lot of bad news, right? A lot of things that are kind of just threatening your personal mental health. So these strategies are supposed to help you, how to sieve out the negativity and build a wall of positivity around yourself. How do you adopt a peace, harmony, and joy approach just to manage these stressors, right? So that we can also ensure that our mind has control over our body, our situations, our circumstances. We can choose joy even though there's chaos. We can choose harmony. We can choose peace. So these are kind of the coping strategies that we can adopt because, again, there are not many things. You cannot change everything, right? We can't stop the wars. We can't stop the conflict. We can't stop the famine in different parts of the world. But if we adopt some of these strategies, it will help us, remain healthy, even in our own mind. So very beautiful. And I think that these strategies will also help with the epidemic of mental health challenges we are having, right? Because you hear that different people develop different mental health situations, anxiety, depression, panic attacks, personality disorders, all sorts of things, right? But if we try to at least control what we can, that is our response to situations, what we allow to sit in our minds, that is a way to also keep us healthy because we have to be healthy to help others. Now let's look at the Papua New Guinea context, right? Are there cultural beliefs and practices that might impact the mental health of youth in PNG? Are there things that they do that can, impact their mental health negatively? And what can we do, to also take control of that? What do you think?
Thank you for the question. That's such a large question because Papua New Guinea is filled up with so many different cultures, so many different beliefs as well. To categorize it and try to find one single way to address everything would be very, very difficult because we all have different, like we said, we're all unique. We have different backgrounds, we have different skills, we have different journeys, we have different communities. But in saying that, we do rely heavily on our culture, our beliefs, and it does drive a lot of what we have today. I'll just give a quick context for men's mental health. The role of masculinity. In our communities, in our culture in Papua New Guinea, we're told that as young men, we're not allowed to show weakness. We're not allowed to open up to those around us, maybe to our spouses, to our friends, to our family. We're not allowed to look weak. And that's one of our PNG cultures where if you are seen as weak, you're not considered a leader. You're not considered as someone that people can go to. But if we have to change that sort of masculinity and redefine it, it is okay to open up and talk about issues. It is okay to admit that you're not feeling too well. It is okay to talk about issues that you're facing. Maybe you're having some anxiety, maybe having some depression. Maybe you have to find a network of people that you can speak to. Because speaking to a lot of young men, they bottle everything up inside. And that turns into other avenues for it. They might turn to aggression. They might turn to substance abuse. They might turn to violence because they have no other avenue to release those thoughts, those feelings that they're having deep inside. So that's one. Another aspect is that as culturally, we feel that we want to connect with people. And we don't want to be in a situation where people know or have negative thoughts about us. Judgment. Quick raise of hands. How many of you guys are afraid of judgment if someone else judges you? Please raise your hand. Yes, see, majority of the room raise their hands. One of our cultures that we are people that like to connect. As Papua New Guineans, we like to connect, we like to socialize, we like to bond together. But on the other side, we see that we don't want people to have negative judgments about us. We want to be seen in a positive light, so we don't want to admit that we're going through struggles. We don't want to admit that we may not be able to find a job. And that links back to something called limiting beliefs. So limiting beliefs is something I came across when I worked with various indigenous business owners across the Pacific. And it's limiting beliefs that are false beliefs about ourselves that are not true. Let me give an example. When people tell you that you'll never be successful, that is a limiting belief. That because you're from a certain region, you cannot have a certain job. You'll not be able to start a business because you're an introvert. These are all limiting beliefs that are holding you back from your full potential. And these are not real. They're all fake. And yes, peace, love, and joy is very important. And I believe that something to add on to that is also, how do you change the dialogue in your mind? We have negative thoughts around 95% of the day. So how do you change those negative thoughts and make it into a positive? How do you adapt a situation when a negative thought comes into your mind? How do you change that in that instant? Or what are some ways that you can trigger yourself to turn that negative into a positive? I'll just leave it there, and then we can go to one of the other speakers.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much, Mr. Brian. Nice. I love our audience. They're active. Let's keep up the energy. And then please also do have your questions ready because we need to take them in a short time from now. So please have your questions ready. Signal to our volunteers at the back and then just let them know you have a question so that you have the mic and ready to go so we can make the most of the time that we have. I just have a short follow-up question to you, Mr. Brian. How about the use of, like substance abuse, like, stimulants, psychoactive agents, which contributes to, mental health challenges in Papua New Guinea? Because we talked about a healthy mind, right? How do we keep out the negative energy and those negative thoughts and just being sharp and ready to go? But these psychostimulants, they also have a negative impact in the long run. So initially, they make you feel happy, they make you feel high, make you, active for the day. But how does that impact you on overall, in the long term? What would you say to that?
Thank you. Another great question. So substance abuse. A lot of people turn to, I'll just give one example first, alcohol. A lot of people turn to alcohol because they want to numb the pain that they feel inside. Most people turn to alcohol as a way of release. But that, in the long run, is not healthy. You're actually not dealing with the situation. You're actually hiding it and trying to numb that pain. You have to go through it. You have to deal with it. You have to understand that this is not something that you can just sweep under the rug and you'll go away. It'll always be there. And that's when addiction comes into play. Once your body is used to taking a substance to numb the pain or to hide the problems that you're facing, you'll be more and more addicted to taking it. And there was a question that was brought up as betel nut in Papua New Guinea. They say that betel nut is also an addiction. And I know in some cultural contexts, betel nut is seen as our cultural way of coming together to socialize, as a way of ceremony. But it also is an addiction. Some people take betel nut in the morning to get through the day. That is a sign of addiction. Some people take betel nut during lunch hours or in the afternoon to get that high and that energy because they don't have the energy to take on the rest of the day. Then you look at the health issues. Betel nut mixed with lime and the mustard leaf then becomes something that can lead to cancer. Constantly chewing because of this addiction, can lead to cancer, can lead to health issues, can lead to spread of TB. So yes, I've had this discussion before around betel nut, because this is like something that most of us have taken, or we know that it's taken like in consideration as a cultural way as well. But it's also seen as an addiction. It's also a drug, and it's addictive. A drug is something that if you try to withstand and say, okay, I'm not going to take it tomorrow, if your body starts to crave it, that's an addiction. It can be also seen with technology. If you move away from technology and I tell you to put away your phone for one whole day, it's an addiction, because you'll be like, no, I need to use my phone. I feel empty, I feel naked. Yep. That's an addiction. Once your body craves something and it needs it constantly, that's when addiction kicks in. And I believe that that is something that we have to also address, that no addiction in the world can remove your problems and your pain. What you have to do is you have to go through it. You have to go through the process of processing those issues, processing those thoughts, and turning those thoughts into positives. Knowing that you are unique, you have qualities that someone else doesn't have. You may be a solution, or you may innovate a solution that somewhere else in the world may need. So we need you, we need your voices, we need you to be able to share with us your stories, your journeys, because each of you are unique. Each of you have skills and talents that we all need to benefit from as well. Yep. And I'll leave it there as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Brian. Fantastic. I think mental health is so broad, right? There are so many aspects of it. One of the key things you have talked about is the substance abuse, which is very key. We have to be very careful about what we put into our body. Anything can become addictive. Caffeine, coffee, any other thing that we take locally, that becomes addictive can harm you physically, not just your mind, but your physical body. And like he talked about betel nut, you said? It can actually, yes, it causes mouth cancer. And you know how cancer is up to today, even with all of the research, science, and everything, we don't have cures, right? So you don't want to develop cancer, for example, because of something you do for fun. So those are the kind of things that we can think about. You also mentioned the excessive use of social media, technology. That's also an important aspect as well. Young people, we are always on our phones. We are always checking what our friends are doing and things like that. But that can also impact our mental health, right? Because we can get to a point where we are just comparing, oh, everybody else is doing so well. Why am I struggling so much? Why is my own life like this, And it just kind of brings you down. And then people have actually committed suicide because of the things that they saw on social media, or because they were bullied on social media. Because again, people can be bullied on social media. People have a lot of negative comments. They are insulting you, trying to bully you, make you feel very bad. People have actually taken their lives because of that. So that's one way of also protecting your mental health, is using social media responsibly, using it the right way, and just dedicating the right time to it. Now, please, may I turn to Mr. Scott Frank? A lot of young people may be in, dysfunctional families where the family dynamics is not so good. Maybe parents are divorced. There's a lot of disharmony in those types of situations. How do we use the peace, harmony, joy approach to really maintain our mental health if young people find themselves in those types of situations, or even if it's just a community where there's a lot of conflict and clashes? How do we protect our mental health and make sure that we are not impacted by all the things that are happening around us? Mr. Scott, please.
It's a great question. I think the first thing is just to realize that you do have control over your mind, and just strongly encourage you to not let the negative things that these people are saying and doing to you affect, again, your body. You saw in our little experience we did earlier how letting things into your mind can I said words and your body felt different ways. Learn how to not let what other people say that could be hurtful to you. Learn how to not let that get into your mind and hurt you. That is a big thing. Your mind is powerful, and you do not have to, just because someone says something to you, don't have to let that into your mind and let it hurt you. You could they're just words. I think that's something very important. I think when you do that, again, you can feel peace in yourself, and you can actually feel peace with others when you do that. What other people say, what other people do, as long as they're not physically harming you, they're simply words. And you have the ability to, again, not say mean words back to them. You have the ability actually to to say something nice to them, to try to understand them. Like, why are they saying these things? What's going on? By the way, if they're doing something mean to you, say if they're doing things that you don't understand that seem irrational, they're probably doing it to other people too. So remind yourself, people in your family, people who are close to you, have a lot of things going on, and try not to take it personally. Try to understand what's going on, and it just when you have this in your mind that everybody in your life is here for a reason, that everybody is going through their own different journeys, and that you can help them. I think it will actually help you to develop these peaceful, harmonious, joyful relationships. May not be easy, and sometimes family relationships are the hardest. However, I strongly encourage you to just stay calm and take the time to understand, and you will be amazed how you can actually transform your family relationships. We've had so many people part of the Peace, Harmony, and Joy Alliance that are truly having very different types of family relationships than they used to have. I encourage you to try these principles with yours.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. Brian, you want to speak about the social media excessive use. What is the situation like in Papua New Guinea?
Social media. So that's an interesting one. So I've seen that social media has been used to destigmatize what mental health is. Examples, I've seen multiple webinars, community groups formed online where people have come together to voice their opinions on mental health. But there's also another side of social media that I've seen that also has caused a problem. With the use of social media and technology, I've seen a rise of anxiety, depression, isolation. After COVID, I realized that there was a large amount of challenges that came up. Since we kept staying at home and we started using technology, people started to feel isolated. They felt like they couldn't connect with others. And that was a rise and cause of anxiety, the worrying of what's going to happen in the future. So there's two sides of technology. We have used it to destigmatize what mental health is, especially in our country. I've seen so many webinars happening online, universities, various NGO groups in the communities, using social media as a way to connect in different provinces across our country. But at the same time, I've seen a lot of increase in anxiety, depression, isolation, because we need human connection. We need physical connection. We want to speak to people in person because you want to know that impact, that being connected to more people. And that is also something that I've seen that has been on the rise, isolation. We tend to, because we use technology, we are always distant from each other. And then we don't really build a strong connection or bond that we used to have back in the day. And that's where social media has come into play and technology. But at the same time, technology has allowed us to reach out and connect with people from across the world. We've been able to have people that share information that we may have never reached in our communities or in our country. We've gotten experiences from people that are more skilled in certain areas, have walked different journeys and different lives that we can take back and also share in our spaces as well. So I think social media and technology has been good, but there is also a side of technology which has also caused increase in issues amongst young people. It has also affected suicidal rates. It has increased it because of the depression, anxiety, and isolations, because of the harassment that people face online. Yeah. And the opening up of everything that we are, comparison. A lot of people today like to compare, saying, I do not have something that someone else has. I see someone with a nice clothes. They're like, oh, I don't have that. They come from a nice family. I say, I may not have that. And then that sense of comparison comes into play, which becomes an issue because once you start comparing yourself, it turns into something that is very negative. But you must realize that you are unique, that your story, your journey, your voice matters, that each and every one of you has a story to tell, has a journey to tell. And you are placed on this earth for that journey. You're there to share with us. So do not repress your voices. Do not think that your story is not worth sharing. Each and every one of you has a story to tell. And that's why you're here. And that's why I want to make sure that using mental health awareness is to help young people to be empowered and to know that they are not alone. We're all in this together. And if we form a strong community of support, we can get through this together. We're never alone. We're always here to support. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Now we're going to we cannot talk about mental health without talking about the stigma that is associated. That's just still a very big topic for many countries among young people. So we are going to ask Ms. Robin, what are the strategies to overcome mental health stigma? And then we'll come to you, Mr. Brian. Shortly after that, we'll take questions on the floor. So please have your questions ready so we can take like 2-3 questions if we have them. Ms. Robin, please, if you could also speak about mental health stigma. Many young people have concerns about voicing whatever challenges they might be facing because they don't want to be stigmatized. They don't want to be seen as different or abnormal. Well, what would you say is the best way to approach this? Do you have any suggestions or advice for the young people? Thank you.
I'll just tell you a little bit about an experience I had. So a while ago, I taught at an alternative school for kids in Ontario, and this school was set up as a last resort before jail for these kids. So they had addiction problems, they had mental health issues, they had learning disabilities. They were not functioning in a normal society. Okay, there were problems. My experience, what I did was to find ways to allow them to see the beauty and the light inside of them, that which was right. So I provided opportunities for them to present themselves without judgment, with care. I helped them just feel comfortable so that they could begin. So I would draw out from them that which was right. The word education comes from educo, which is a draw forth. So when you educate, you're drawing something so that they can see the beauty, what's right in them, and what's wrong is beside the point. And, to the point that was said earlier about addiction, addiction is a lonely state of being. It is a feeling of disconnection, as was said. And so if you give kids or young adults the opportunity to feel connected, and there are many ways to do that. There are, they're therapists, they're educators, they're all that, to see that they are valued and valuable in the world. I think that's the challenge. But they have to see it, or they have to want to see it themselves to get out of that whirlwind state that they keep finding themselves in and doing everything to keep themselves in it. So, that may be a sophomoric answer, but it was my experience when I was working with these kids who had a really tough time with society. And there was a great success rate because the teachers, we just really went deep with them so that they could see their value and worth.
Thank you so much, Ms. Robin. Mr. Brian?
So I'll just touch on one stigma, and I'll just share some experiences because I know that you might want to hear about what is actually happening. How can you actually address it in our country at the moment, and what are some programs that are actually being done? So one of the biggest stigmas is that when you hear the word therapist, counselor, all of a sudden people are like very defensive. I've seen people say, oh, you might need to see a therapist, you might need to go and see a counselor, and straight away they'll be like, no, it's okay, I'm fine, I don't want to. That stigma of feeling that if you go and see someone to talk about your issues, it's seen as, I have a disease, I am different, I am not worth like the same as anyone else. And I've seen this so many times when I ask young people, you may need to go and see a therapist because there's only so much that information I can do, and I'm very wary as well because what I say may influence you and you may go down a path that I am not an expert in. So there is some information that only a therapist, only a counselor can help you with. And as soon as I say that, all of a sudden they turn very defensive. They're like, no, I'm okay, that's fine. Thank you for suggesting it, but I won't speak to anyone. And that's the stigma. We feel that we can't go to anyone to talk about this issue. We can't go to a professional because we worry that that professional might say this information out to other people. Even though there is a privacy law where they are not allowed to share that information with anyone else, this disclosure agreements. But when you hear those words, the first thing that comes to mind is that, no, I am not from a mental institute. I've heard people that say that I'm not crazy. I am not someone that needs this sort of information. I don't need to see a counselor. I shouldn't be put in a ward. I shouldn't be treated differently. So that's the first defensive response that a lot of people have. And one way that we've done some initiatives, I work with various organizations, and one way that we did it was we used, for men, I'll just specify on men's mental health, we used a barbershop initiative. So what this was is that me and the team, we went and we trained barbers in barbershops to cut your hair. We trained them on ways and techniques to get people to speak and to connect with them. So when you go to a barber, they normally ask you questions. Hey, how's your day doing? How's the family? It's good to see you again. So that became an initiative where you don't have to tell people that you're going to counseling. You're allowing barbershops, hairdressers, to be able for you to talk about your issues indirectly. If we said that that was counseling, you'd be very defensive. But we trained these barbers to go out and cut young men's hairs. And they started to see that they were more interactive. They were discussing issues, and they were saying, oh, yes, I'm having trouble at home with my wife and my kids, and, I'm going through these depression states. And they, oh, no, it's okay, my brother, We started to encourage each other. So that was an initiative that we created to allow for men to open up and talk about it without the stigma around going to a therapist, going to a counselor. It was just a conversation to allow them to air their thoughts. And they found that these people used to always go back to the same barbershop over and over because they developed a connection with that barber to be able to just talk about their issues, to be able to find a way to vent and process their thoughts, even for ladies as well. The reason why I focused on men is that it's very hard for men to open up. But for a lot of ladies, if you go to a salon to get your hair done, the ladies talk. They're like, oh, how are you today, dear? Yes, I'm okay. Oh, it's good to see you. How's your week been? And they just start talking. For men, it's very difficult to open up and talk about this. So we created this initiative and we ran it out, and we're hoping to get more barbershops involved so we can help raise mental health awareness through barbershops, through different avenues. We have to think innovative. We have to think of ideas that have not been done before, ways that is not negative. Because when you associate certain things to negativity, you must change that in your mindset. If you hear the word example, I'll just give an example. If you hear the word when someone tells you you have a weakness, you need to work on this weakness, all of a sudden your mind triggers you to say that that is negative. So I don't use the word weakness, I use the word areas for growth. When you say areas for growth, say, oh, sorry sir, you have some areas to grow in. It sounds more positive, doesn't it? Yeah. It becomes something that it helps your brain to process and to change the dialogues in your mind. Yeah. Simple words, simple vocabulary that you use. If you use a certain vocabulary, it can trigger a negative response in your thoughts. So just simply by changing your vocabulary, it can make it a positive one. Another one is that if you're not really skilled at a skill set just yet, you can say that, you incorporate the word yet. Say, yes, I am not skilled yet. When you say yet, it triggers your mind to understand that I am working on it. I am processing it. I am not defeated. Other words like failure, these are negative words that associate to negativity. So changing these words, changing your vocabulary, can help you to address issues in your mind, because your mind is a battlefield. We have thousands and thousands of thoughts, and we have to be able to process our thoughts and be able to change those dialogues and go through techniques to understand how can I use certain vocabulary to trigger a positive response and not just a negative one. Thank you. I think I diverted from the topic.
Great discussions, everyone. So we turn it up to questions. Do we have any questions or contributions? We have someone, yeah, we do have, yes, so we have to go quickly. So please, can I ask, because we have a couple of questions on the floor, can you just go straight to give your name, and if you want to share your institution, straight to the question or the comment, so that we can go take as many as possible? Sounds like a plan? Yeah. So we have a couple of hands.
8 or 9 questions.
Let's see how fast we can go. 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh, wow. Everyone, yeah, wow. Okay, let's see how fast we can go. Yep. Do we have a couple of more mics to go around?
Test.
Okay.
Hello, my name's Melody. My question is, does one's childhood or upbringing affect one's mental health as they progress in life? And if so, this upbringing may affect their perception or outlook in life, and if it's unhealthy, how to change?
Sorry, ma'am, we can't really hear you properly.
My question.
No. Yeah.
My question is, does one's childhood or upbringing affect one's mental health as they progress in their life? Yeah.
Okay.
And if so, how can they change their perception if it's unhealthy?
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Brian, do you want to go for it?
So I wasn't able to hear anything, but I just wanted to just clarify. So you're saying that when with your childhood upbringing, the challenges. Yes, really. Sorry.
So what I'm asking is basically, does one's childhood or upbringing, does it affect their mental health and their outlook in life?
Okay. Yep. Okay. No, thank you. Thank you for that question. And I've done some studies around mental health and mindset. And by the age of 7, that is when our minds absorb a lot of the beliefs around us. So as children, that's why when parents say that you have to be very careful of what you say around your kids, is because our kids, by the age of 7, absorb all of the information that they said to them. A lot of the beliefs that we have as adults have been triggered or subconsciously being in our minds since the age of 7. But in saying that, we can reprogram our minds, we can reprogram our upbringings and make it a better one. It's where we have to turn the negatives into positives, and there's some techniques as well to unfix that sort of mindset and to be able to process it as well. Maybe I can speak to you later and I can go through it in detail of how we can develop that and to give you the strategies of how to change those sort of mindsets as well. But it is possible. It doesn't matter what your upbringing was and where you're born and where you started. There is always a way to develop and improve it. And there is techniques that you can develop to try and change that sort of mindset, to change those limiting beliefs, to change the limiting beliefs into positive, saying that I am not the outcome of my circumstances or my upbringing. I am my individual person, and who I surround myself with, the information, the thoughts, and the way I can conduct myself and think can change the destination that I'm going to as well. But I hope that answered your question.
Thank you so much. Next question. Oh, we have a lot of questions.
Maybe some online.
Yeah. Give us a question. Let's go for it as fast as we can.
Thank you, panelists. I have a question here. This question directly goes to Mr. Brian. So you touched a bit about our cultural context of Papua New Guinea. So I will go a bit related with the way our society, our PNG society, view men's mental health. My question is, what is one of the fundamental aspects to approach and overcome barriers of mental health that are part of our culture and society's views? Pardon.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. And I'm actually getting quite winded because there's a lot of questions and a lot of information. To change that, I believe that with society, they view us in a certain aspect. And what we need to do is that we need to understand that what is happening globally may not be what we can implement locally. So we can sort of have a way that we approach it which is best for our cultural perceptions and pretense as well, and to adapt it in a way where we need to have more dialogues. We need to be able to openly speak about this. I've seen young ladies who are leading the charge on men's mental health, and people are making questions saying, why are women taking the charge in men's mental health? But they want to support men. It's not just men supporting females, but also females want to support men to allow them a space to be able to share their thoughts, because as we said, both genders go hand in hand. We support each other. If men support women, women also support men in all aspects of life, at the home, mentally as well. We support each other in all aspects, and I believe that having more dialogues, having more discussions around destigmatizing some of these concepts that we hear globally that may not relate to us locally, and contextualizing it into ways and words or understandings that us as locals in our community can really understand and grasp. Maybe destigmatizing the words. Sometimes the words that we use sounds very high-end, and that maybe we need to categorize it and use other words that mean the same meaning, but maybe for our communities to understand that this is not something new, this is not something that is trying to make them feel sort of discredited, but using the right terminologies and right words that understand that we can all understand the message as well. I do hope I answered your question with that one. Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brian. I think what we have experienced today just shows how big and how broad the topic of mental health is. We can't exhaust it, you know, but what luckily we have two experienced, you know, mental health coaches, people who are experienced with mental health online. We have their contact information. It's easy to come across, you know, get across to them and chat to them with these topics. We also have Mr. Brian here, who is going to be very busy during lunch, because I know that a lot of people are going to come to him and ask him all these questions. So it's good that we have all of these resources, and we are hoping that through this conversation, we have been able to kickstart or, you know, open up a, you know, an important conversation, a line of communication about youth mental health. So I've just received signal that unfortunately we have run out of time, but it's not the end of the conversation. Mr. Brian is here in person with us, and we have Mr. Scott Frank online. We have his contact details. We have Ms. Robin Joseph. We also have our contact details, so please feel free to come to us with these questions, and we are quickly able to communicate the questions to them, and they'll get back to you as soon as possible. Does that work? I know it's not the best, but, you know, it's a conference, so we have to, you know, yeah, let's go to the next session, and then, yeah, we can always pick up the conversation from here. Thank you so much, Mr. Brian. Thank you, Mr. Scott Frank and Ms. Robin. Thank you, Sherry. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Annie Bokun and Mr. Brian Els, for the informative insights into our youth's mental health issues. All right, just a few pointers to wrap up what they've mentioned. Our mind is the most dangerous weapon in mankind. You either choose to build yourself or destroy yourself. For instance, if you hate a teacher, you will end up failing that particular course. If you intend to be a rich person, you don't have to be literate. You don't have to be educated for it. You can end up driving a Lamborghini at the end of the day. So our mind is the most powerful weapon. And it goes to show that if you let your mind dictate your life, it can be dangerous at times. Sometimes you just have to let your heart speak for itself. Because most of the beautiful things in life are not perceived by the mind, but are felt by the heart. With that, I would like to invite the mistress of ceremony to come up and lead you guys into the next part of our session. Thank you.
Sorry, guys. Hi. We're going to go for a quick 10 minutes break. And yes, use the time to grab something to eat, coffee, go to the restroom. Please relieve yourselves. I know you've been sitting since morning, and yes, we're all very tired. So, has anyone stretched this morning? No? Now is the time for you to do stretches. Stand up. We don't have time. Go grab yourself something to drink, use the restroom, and make it back here in the next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
position as an international Kectil board member. Congratulations on that. Where he helped shape the strategic direction of the organization, ensuring effective program implementation and support for young leaders worldwide. Additionally, Edwin is in his final year at the University of Papua New Guinea, where he continues to balance his academic pursuits with his passion for creating positive change in his community. Edwin's experience includes working with global networks like YPRPNG and the World Literacy Foundation, further highlighting his dedication to fostering education, literacy, and youth participation on an international scale. Now I'll give this time to Edwin, and he will introduce his panelists himself. Please make him feel welcome once again.
Thank you, Mistress of Ceremony, my sister Natalie. That was a very lengthy introduction, but in short, I'd say I'm a youth advocate. And yeah, I think that's it. Nothing much. So I will now take this time to introduce our panel, as well as the wonderful speakers that we have with us here today. Before I start, I'd like to thank the panelists for making the time available today, given it's a Saturday and then, it's a weekend and you also need to rest after having a long week. But regardless of that, they have decided to come and spend the day with us. So thank you, Dr. Alma and Bronwyn Kili, for that as well. So our first panelist is Dr. Alma Sedler. She was here yesterday for another panel as well. She will be sitting on this panel. So Dr. Alma Sedler is a distinguished anti-corruption expert with a significant background in combating corruption at both national and international levels. As a former Deputy Chief Commissioner of the Commission of the Prevention of Corruption in Slovenia, she has developed extensive expertise in creating and implementing effective anti-corruption strategies. Her career, highlighted by her role as the investigative journalist, has provided with a deep understanding for an intricacies of corruption and the mechanism needed to address it effectively. Dr. Sedler's work includes leading the Knowledge Pool Initiative, a pioneering effort to donate intellectual property and expertise to accelerate capacity building and drug development for neglected tropical diseases. Her efforts in promoting whistleblower protection, engaging in global forums, and contributing to conferences on intellectual property and development further underscores her commitment to fostering transparency and accountability. Dr. Sedler's impactful work continues to inspire and drive positive change in the fight against corruption worldwide. Please make her feel welcome. So moving on to our second panelist, we have our very own Bronwyn Kili. She is a prominent activist and advocate from Papua New Guinea, renowned for her firm dedication to human rights, women's empowerment, and peace building. Her work focuses on addressing critical social issues and empowering young leaders to drive positive change in their own communities. Bronwyn is deeply committed to advocating for human rights, particularly women's rights, sexual reproductive health rights, and period poverty. She actively raises awareness and tackles issues related to gender-based violence, or GBV, social inequalities, the lack of meaningful participation by marginalized groups, and discrimination. Her initiatives aim to empower women and girls through education, capacity building, and advocacy, working to enhance their access to opportunities and resources. She is engaged in peace-building efforts. Her work also involves promoting social cohesion and solves conflicts within communities, contributing to a more peaceful and inclusive society. Bronwyn remains dedicated to supporting youth leadership development, offering a platform for young leaders to address pressing issues affecting their own communities. So overall, Bronwyn Kili is a respected figure in Papua New Guinea, celebrated for her commitment to advancing human rights, empowering women, and fostering meaningful youth programs during her time with reputable INGOs, youth networks, and organizations. Please make her feel welcome. Tech team, please confirm if we're live. Thank you. Okay, so I'll give this time to Bronwyn to do a quick icebreaker since all of us are very quiet. I don't know why, but okay.
How much time do you have? It's very short. All right. I've kind of been put on the spot. So, do you guys know how to do the rain clap? Yes? Okay. All right. So I don't have any other cool icebreakers. That's the only one I can do in 2 minutes. But raise your hand if you know how to do the rain clap. Okay. I need you to hold the mic for me. Sorry. All right. So the rain clap. Basically, you're gonna start with 1 pointer, and then you start building. You go to 2. You go to 3. 3 fingers, 4 fingers, until you have like a really big rain. Right? Okay. Let's try it. Okay. Start. Okay. That's 1. Okay. Let's go. Okay. That's like what? Is this like raindrop showers? Yeah. Okay. 2 fingers. Let's try. Okay. All right. Let's go 3. Okay, 4. 5. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Let's. Okay. Start from 5, going down. Okay. So 5. Okay. 4. 3. 2. 1. And then the rain stops. Okay. All right. So you're with.
Thank you for that energizer, Ms. Kelly. Okay, jumping into our panel now. So this panel is titled Enhancing Transparency and Accountability in Papua New Guinea. So the objective of this panel is to analyze challenges and opportunities in promoting transparency and accountability in Papua New Guinea. So basically you can say that this is a continuation or part 2 from yesterday, from one of the panels that we had that involved Dr. Alma Sedla as well as Bradley and a couple of others that joined online. So this panel is basically broken into 3 parts. The first one is challenges. We look at challenges in transparency and accountability in Papua New Guinea. And the second one is the role of youth, or you guys, in your own communities and social society to tackle transparency and accountability issues. And then finally, we'll move on to strategies in enhancing transparency mechanisms in Papua New Guinea. So I'll be firing questions to either both of you. So whoever you feel that you can answer this question, probably just answer. Yeah. Okay, so the first one is, what are some of the key challenges to transparency and accountability in Papua New Guinea today that is very pressing or of dire need that you can think of? I'll give this time to Dr. Alma to start us off. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Edwin, and thank you again for your kind invitation to have the honor to be the panelist today again. Challenges. I would say one is the media environment, which is often not very supportive to the journalists. Some of you, I'm sure, heard about the draft media policy, which was prepared by the government last year, and it caused quite a lot of huge, outrage, protests, via social media and other media by the journalists itself, because they were afraid that the media policy, if endorsed, it would lead to the suppression of journalists and of freedom of speech. Another one is, I would say, legislative framework. PNG is one of the country which is lucky enough to have the right to the freedom to information in its constitution, but the legislation related to the access to information has not been endorsed yet. And then there is, for example, also the Whistleblower Act, which was endorsed in 2020, but has not been implemented yet. And so forth. So quite a lot of challenges. Another was Cybersecurity Act, which could basically punish people because of the defamation if they publish something on the social media. But I think that the Cybersecurity Act is now has been or is to be amended, luckily. So there are some good things, but there is also quite a lot of challenges, and I would say that those are the key ones.
Thank you, Dr. Alma. Bronwyn?
So I think just adding on to what she said, what you'll notice that what you'll notice about Papua New Guinea right now is that we don't have many mechanisms. Like she mentioned, the acts that need to be reviewed, or the policies. We don't have many mechanisms that can hold people accountable for some of this, for corruption in the country in general. So I think that would be one main factor. And when people don't see that, like when people are not facing consequences for doing the wrong thing, for corrupt practices, then eventually it just becomes a norm, because you see people constantly get away with these kinds of, practices. So for me, that would be, it's like the lack of those mechanisms in place, but then that leads to another issue, which is that because the consequences are not there, we've developed this culture where we want to work around the rules all the time as well. So I think that leads me to my next point. I think one thing that creates that problem is that we've developed a culture where we work around the system a lot. And a lot of times, maybe that's because the systems that we have that should serve us are not working in the way that they should function. So the institutions that you would go to for different things, to address your different issues, they don't fulfill the roles that they're supposed to do because of limited capacity or resources. And so when that happens and there's a lot of limited access and a lot of inequalities, and then people learn that they have to work around the system because the systems that are in place that should help are not functioning in the way. And when we work around the system, we end up breaking the rules a lot of times. Is that true? Yes? We have a problem with following rules in this country. I'm a Papua New Guinean, so I can say that. We really have a problem with authority in this country. That could be one because of the lack of trust. We don't trust the system. We don't trust authorities to protect us. And so because we don't have that trust, then we learn how to work around the system because we feel like that's the only way, which, while it helps you to get what you need done, on the other hand, it disadvantages us because then we create a culture where we don't abide by the rules at all. So rules and regulations are in place and they guide us when it comes to governance practices as well. So we have different practices for governance for things like procurement, when you're trying to buy things, when you're spending public funds, when you're making decisions about these things. There's systems and structures that are in place that guide it so that there is accountability and transparency. But when the systems don't function and it's hard to deliver, like they're not supposed to prevent you necessarily from delivering services or accessing, opportunities, but necessarily like synergize, and they clash. So sometimes we're bringing our practices, things that are, good in our Melanesian society, and I think the essence of it is good, but then we bring it into formal settings, and it becomes a problem for us. And I think you all know some of the things that I'm talking about, like, for example, like nepotism, one-talk system. In Melanesian society, it's something that is good for what it was intended for traditionally, but it doesn't work in the system, in the government system, in decision-making. For transparency and good governance, it doesn't work there. So I think that's the third thing, but these are just my personal observations.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. So I'm building on from what you've said, and for the sake of those joining in online, as well as our friends who have tuned in from other countries, could you give a landscape of how accountability affects trust, and the misuse of trust leads to I'd say lack of service deliveries in communities, local communities, especially coming up from towns, cities, and all over the country as well. So, okay, so how, for the sake of those joining in online, and for our friends who are tuning in from other countries, could you give a landscape of how the misuse of power or trust and accountability leads to, the lack of delivery of services, basic services in communities?
Okay, big question. I don't have all the answers, but I'm trying to think of something that like we can all relate to in a practical sense. I study public administration, so we look at different like structures of government as well. So one of the things we look at is the things like the DDA Act or the DDAs, the District Development Authorities, and how they function. And one thing that you will notice is that how the DDAs have been established is it gives a lot of power to like the MPs in that particular district for access to their funds. So in some parts of the country, like I guess it functions well. The intention is that the way it's set up, it gives flexibility for service delivery in those sort of areas. But in some places, it's not always the system or the way they apply that system of government is not always done in a transparent way, where they would actually deliver services that people need. And as a result, you see a lot of people, you know, coming to the urban areas trying to access services, these kinds of things. So when people go in and they come in with their own, you know, personal interest, you know, instead of doing things that are, say, in the best interest of their district or in the best interest of citizens, like to deliver, you know, services and stuff, people end up like coming in with their own personal interest. So then the people's needs at that level, like at the provincial level, or not provincial, but at the district level, is not met. So you see a lot of social issues that come about because of that. We talk about a lot of youth issues and social issues, and a lot of times people say that like young people are troublemakers. That's the tag that they put on a lot of youth as well. Or we need to get our youth under control. And so when these kinds of practices happen where people abuse their power, you know, they're in there, they abuse their power to manipulate decisions for their own personal interest, then the result is people don't access the services that they need, people don't have opportunities, and then you have a lot of inequalities that happen. And a lot of the social issues that we have in the country today are because of the inequalities that exist. You're talking about an influx of people in the urban areas who don't have, you know, like you have people who come in who don't actually have jobs. So they're looking around for things to do and ways to survive. And then we have a lot of law and order issues as a result of that. Or if we're in our districts not addressing the tribal conflicts that are happening in our provinces, you know, we're not focusing on that. Practices that enable us to address these particular issues, then we see a lot of influx of people also coming into the city. Or if you see, like in provinces where young people are just neglected, that itself, when the governments and the systems are not doing what they're supposed to do, and we end up with all these different social issues, we end up with inequalities, we end up with young people who don't have access to education, people who don't feel like they actually have hope. When people don't feel like there's hope for a better life or a future, then we have all these different social issues. So when you look at the issue of good governance, transparency, it has a direct impact on how our country functions, our economy, our education system, our health system. And when all of these things are not functioning in the way that they're supposed to, then we end up with all these different social issues. So this is the importance of good governance and transparency. It has that sort of impact. Like when you look at it, all these things are connected. Health, it's all connected to all these different issues and services. So when governance doesn't function in the way it's supposed to, when there isn't transparency, when there isn't good governance, then we will always have these issues. Leadership is very important. Yep. I hope that answers the question, that I didn't confuse anyone.
Dr. Alma, I'll give this time to you to comment.
Thank you very much. I agree with what Brony was saying. So it's, I would say that everything what is reflected on the community level is connected with lack of transparency. in regards of like lack of effective service delivery and so on, transparency and lack of accountability. Because, you know, if leaders are not accountable, if no one will monitor what they are doing, if no one will investigate or prosecute the wrongdoing, for example, then why they would stop? Why anyone would stop with, you know, spending public funds for some other purposes than funds were given, and so on. So, and another problem is also lack of the access to the key public service, particularly on the community level, such as health, education, for example, and also public administration. So one way how this could be at least partially resolved is for the public administration, for example, electronic system would be usually very helpful in at least preventing, you know, like public officials requesting bribe for issuing the, I don't know, driving certificate, for example, and things like that. So quite a lot could be done to prevent this to some extent, but I would say the biggest issue is, yeah, someone would have to hold leaders accountable. And again, legislation such as Access to Information Act, and apologize for speaking about this again, would be really important, because it basically it requires, this kind of laws require from the government to publish as much of about their work proactively as possible. And, you know, this would usually somehow force the governmental departments, parliament, to be more careful in what they're doing, because they're aware of the fact that everything what they're, you know, deciding, how they're spending public funds, and so on, should become published.
Thank you, Dr. Alma. So we've looked at how bad governance affects development in our country as well. So now we'll see how young people can play a role in holding, you know, office bearers, people with authority accountable. So for that one, I'll give this opportunity to Bronwyn to start us off. How do you think, I am sure that UNDP has programs for youth as well, and other UN organizations like the Mike Manning Camp and others alike. But apart from the camps and all that, workshops and everything, what are some of the ways that you both can share with our audience for today, how they can advocate for good governance and accountability in their own communities at a local level?
I think the first step for young leaders is education. There's different ways that education happens. So you have the formal sort of education system, but then when we are speaking particularly about this issue, education about governance, good governance, about our systems and how they work. I left UNFPA, but when I was with UNFPA, we were doing the Youth Parliament program. And a lot of people said at the time that we were doing the program, a lot of people would say things like, why do you want to teach people about these processes? I'm something lol member. Why should we teach them, you know? So when I was doing the program, I came up against so many people who questioned, people in authority who questioned why we wanted to teach young people about these issues, because there's this, I don't know whether it's a cultural thing, but, you know, there's this sort of, yeah, like a lot of people say, you know, young people should not bother themselves with politics or these kinds of issues. I'm something little big blah. And culturally, you know, yes, young people are not necessarily always seen as leaders, but they're like, we just follow authority. Yeah, we follow our elders and how they do things. So like that's sort of filtered into the way we look at whether we should participate in politics or not, or how we should participate in politics. And so as a result, like a lot of us we're activists, we become activists. And I had to also reflect on this myself, because I realized that I spent, this was like a couple of years back, not now, but at the time when we were developing this, I realized that there's a lot of people who are passionate about holding people accountable, about fighting for, you know, transparency and anti-corruption, but who are also uneducated about systems and processes and how they actually should function, you know. How do they formulate a policy? What are the guidelines, you know? How does Parliament like function? What is the role of the different arms of government, and what are they supposed to do, you know? Well, how does the executive arm, how is it supposed to function? The judicial arm of government, how is it supposed to function? What is its specific mandate? Because if you look at it, sometimes these different systems, they don't function in the way they're supposed to function. But how are you going to hold them accountable if you don't know? If you don't understand the requirements for elections, or how an election is supposed to function by law, how are you supposed to be like a watchdog or hold people accountable for ensuring that elections function in the way they're supposed to function? That candidates who come and they're, you know, elected in parliament, that they're actually qualified or they actually meet the requirements. How many of you know what the full requirements are to become a candidate, to stand for elections? And if there are issues with, maybe like the requirements or the criteria, how are you, like, and that need to be changed, how would you know what to change if you're not educated about how the system is supposed to function, you know? So if we don't have that civic education about these different issues, it makes it difficult for us to hold people accountable. Because we want to hold them accountable and we're seeing corruption, but what is the specific issue? Or what is the problem? What is the root cause of the problem? And so sometimes when in the process of, you know, advocating, we're shooting blanks because we don't know where specifically to target, you know, the particular issues. So I realized that, and that's not necessarily completely all our fault. Our education system was built in a way where civic education wasn't very prominent for a lot of us. And maybe if you come into like grade 11 and then you stream into the social sciences, then you cover a little bit more about it. Yes, I know in social science in like grade 9 and 10, we did cover like different issues around this, but we never really looked at things like our national goals and directive principles, things like that, what the vision of our forefathers are, you know, these different issues. So I think education is very important for us to look at those issues. That I would say would be the first thing. So then we can strategically advocate on different issues. And the other thing as well is that you should participate in politics, regardless of what anyone else says. But also, how do you participate in politics? Do you participate by following the politicians around? Or do you participate by voting in the elections? Things like that. A lot of us don't want to vote because of, you know, all the different problems that come with that and the common role, and we have all these different like issues. So if we're not voting for the leaders, then you leave that to other people who may not necessarily care who they vote into parliament. If you, the educated populace, refuses to vote, if you're not participating in elections in the sense that when people come and they campaign, you're not asking them the critical questions that need to be asked, then, you know, that also contributes to things like that. So I think as young leaders, we need to relook at how we approach things like politics, elections. Participating in politics is more than just about being around these campaign rallies and following the politicians around. You know, there's different ways that you participate in politics. And that we need to educate ourselves about as well. So I think that's the first step. And I think the other thing as well, sorry, I'm almost done, I swear. The other thing as well is that some of the practices of good governance and accountability, these are habits. So I think that first and foremost, as young leaders, you must develop the right habits and attitudes when it comes to transparency or how you manage resources. I would encourage you to go and look up the Yaka Pledge. It's so, like, it's, when you look at it, it's such a personal thing, you know. When we look at governance and transparency, we look at it from it's a big issue, it's all to do with politics and all of that, but all of these things come down to personal habits and attitudes and behaviors. And these are the attitudes and behaviors that filter into the workplace, and they create the issues that we see today. So I would say that as young leaders, you have to challenge yourself to develop the right attitudes and behaviors and these good practices, because this is what's going to help you stand. If it's a principle for you and it's a value for you, when you go into the workspace and everyone else is doing the wrong thing, you will be able to stand because it's a value and a principle for you.
Very nice. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Dr. Alma?
Thank you, Edwin. Yeah, again, nothing much to add to what Bronin was saying, but perhaps just, yeah, education. I fully agree. Education is very important, but besides of you to understand the principles of good governance and how to become the good and ethical leaders and the activists, I would also kindly recommend you also to not to forget to complete your formal education. You know, because this, particularly in the countries such as PNGs, this might really empower you to, for example, to try to get the positions or to apply to the positions. This will give you the, I don't know, the power to, how to say, to get the work and also to see things in the society from the more critical perspective. Right, so don't, as we said yesterday, we're addressing the fake news via social media. So if you are educated, you know, it is less, or let's say, the easiest way is how to lead, you know, people and do whatever leaders want to do is to have the non-educated people who are unemployed, you know, who are basically powerless. So in this kind of environments, it is very easy to spread the practices such as corruption and lack of transparency and accountability, because who is going to hold the leaders accountable? Yeah, how you will know if you have the right to go and vote on the elections, or what is wrong with the elections, for example? Why would you believe everything what the leaders are saying only because they are the leaders? Right? So these kind of things, of course, besides the economic empowerment, which will be basically, much easier for you if you are educated. So yeah, be activists, be young leaders, but don't forget for yourself and your future. And formal education will definitely allow you much better future than the most of the youth in Papua New Guinea currently have. And yeah, another thing, as Edwin has mentioned, so at UNDP we are implementing two anti-corruption related projects. One is PNG anti-corruption project, which is more focused to the work with the government, and another is so-called transparency and accountability in Papua New Guinea project. This project is focused to the work with civil society, youth, media, and women organization to basically mainly to work on transparency and accountability through the workshops, research, public discussions. We'll try to think how to, for example, strengthen the cooperation among civil society and the government, and so on. So the project is relatively new. It has started, but if there is like anything that you would like to do, also feel free to reach out, and we can see if we can support like maybe at least workshops or maybe some camp or other events related to the how to hold the government and leaders accountable and how to ensure transparency in Papua New Guinea. And you, as a youth, you are a very powerful group, and it is very good that you are aware of this power. Yeah, I think that's it.
Thank you, Dr. Alma. Thank you for that. So as she's mentioned, please reach out to Dr. Alma. You can see her after this as well. Get her contact. And if you have a group or if you have an organization back home, do reach out to her if your project is in alignment with what UNDP is doing in tackling anti-corruption in Papua New Guinea as well. So with that, we will take some questions now because we want this session to be more interactive. So I'll now open the floor for questions, preferably 3 questions, a male and a female, and then probably another male or female again. Yes, mic runners, please. Mic. Do we have an extra mic at the back? briefly state your name, organization you're from, or if you're from an institution, say that, and then your question and whoever that question is directed to.
Good day, everyone. My name is Roberta Baraka. I am a final year student at Don Bosco Technological Institute. I study machine fitting, and yeah, I'm a woman in STEM. So my question is directed to Edwin and Miss Kelly, Bernwin Kelly. So my friends and I have discussed about transparency and accountability. One of the major contributing factors to all of this is gender inequality, especially in Papua New Guinea. And one of the main aspects, which is rarely addressed, is how men are not held accountable. We see this through most organizations. They run programs. What is discussed is how women are affected by gender inequality, especially in Papua New Guinea, but nobody rarely is how men are held accountable, or how can men change sorry, I'm a bit nervous. What men can do to change how gender inequality affects women in Papua New Guinea. We believe that, if men are held accountable, maybe women will have more courage to come out and speak up on the issues that are affecting us. Because what we discuss is that women don't speak up, and there's usually men that talk about this politics and everything. So maybe if men are held accountable, women will have the courage to come forward and speak up. So my question, which brings me down to my question, how do we as Papua New Guinean women address this issue, since women are the leading voice in gender equality, because we're mostly affected by it. So how do we as Papua New Guineans, with respect to our cultural principles, address this issue? Yes. I study a branch of engineering, correct? So we do hands-on work. We design, we maintain machines, and I am one of the only 2 female students studying this. So that's what I mean. How can we hold men accountable to at least give women the courage to take up, from my experience, take up, let's say, a male-dominated field? Because women don't really talk about this because we aren't given the support we need. Yeah, so that's where I'm coming from. I hope that made sense.
Yep. Okay, very good question. Very hard question to answer, I have to say, because it is a big challenge, especially in our country. Our country is so diverse. We have very strong cultures and traditions as well, but some of them are our traditional cultures and traditions, and then some of them are things that we've developed over time. I think that sometimes, like when it comes to things like, sometimes it's associated with perception. So I think sometimes people think that women can't do a certain thing because they haven't seen women do it, or women haven't been given the space to do it. So I'll give you an example of Bougainville. Bougainville is, majority of the place is a matrilineal society. So women own the land. And except for, I think it's Buin, one area where the men own the land. So leadership has always been seen as like, but in the decision-making process, men still are part of the decision-making process. So they still have a say in how things are done, even though women are the custodians of the land. So one thing that the Bougainville Parliament did is that they had reserved seats for women. I know that this is a very sensitive topic. Not everyone is for it, but I'm just giving you an example of one thing, and then I can discuss other alternatives. So what happened is they put 3 reserved seats for women in the ABG Parliament. So we have our 3 regional members who are our 3 members who are in the national parliament, and then in Bougainville there's the autonomous Bougainville government, no opposition. It has no opposition. It's just one. Yeah. So all these MPs are. So there were 3 reserve seats that were placed there. The idea of the reserved seats is for people to start to, one is to give space to women to come and participate in politics and have that representation. But I think another thing that it did was people started to normalize seeing women in parliament. Because it wasn't a thing that you would see before. Like, for instance, at Unitec, now you will see more women at Unitec. There's still that imbalance. You'll see more, like in the engineering field, or in that science and in STEM, science, technology. You see more women in those fields. Now you see more women doctors. I think it's perception. It's that sort of like culture. But when you talk about accountability, that's for the inequalities part of things. And I think that we're making some progress, but we're making progress in some areas, but in other areas we still haven't made progress. Because remember that 80% of your population is in the rural areas. So even though we've sort of achieved, like you have more women taking up, leadership roles in the city, in Port Moresby, you'll see a lot of prominent women doing things. In some parts of our country, women still don't have a voice, I spent some time working in Hela and in Southern Highlands. And the only way that I was going to be able to have women in communities speak was if I separated them from the men, So there's that strong sort of like culture, the custom of, the way they did things. The solutions for PNG, they will have to be, you can't completely come in and say, okay, I'm going to shove gender equality down your throat. It's not going to work. It's not working. You see a lot of resistance, But we're going to have to figure out a way to work around our culture. And if it's that we need more conversations in this particular area, then we're going to have to find the safe space for that conversation. When it comes to accountability, traditionally, how did we hold men accountable? Do you guys know? We're all too young, like we went there, but like from the stories that you know. Do you know who held the men accountable? Who? The chiefs and? Men. Men held men accountable. Yeah? You marry, you talk to Klamana, banana paring talk to you. Men held men accountable. And that's the thing. We have a lot of issues with, gender-based violence in the country, which is a result of these inequalities. But it's, women can do their part, but men also have to hold men accountable. The reason why we had structures, the reason why we had some order, I think traditionally we had more order than we do now. I like to talk about cultural integration because I find it fascinating how you're the protector, you're the provider, these kinds of things are. So you go inside the house man, no aligning you. How you're supposed to act as a man in society. And respect was also a part of that. Not just respect for your partner, but respect for the community. Yeah. So everyone learned how to live in harmony that way. So they had education in that sense. Now we do have formal education, but we don't have the kind that focuses on integral human development. So at that time, there was also mentorship. That was mentorship. You go inside the houseman and the elders will teach you how to act. And they will give you guidance. And men today, unfortunately, they don't have that kind of guidance and support. But they also experience the pressure. There is a different kind of pressure of what it means to be a man in today's society that men don't talk about because men don't really openly discuss about these things. So just like we as women feel pressure to adapt, to sort of like conform to certain standards as women and what makes us, beautiful, the things that make our body beautiful and the things that, make us like address all of these different things. I remember talking to this, one of these elders, and she told me like the other thing as well is the curiosities as well. The curiosities of women, the curiosities of men. These are things that you would address in the housemary. So I think that sort of structure that was there, it helped us. But now we don't have that system. Now we just go to school and we, learn 1, 2, 3, ABC. We learn the formal, education, but we've missed that part that builds our principles and our values. So we're missing that. We have a different, we're confused as well. So I think that's one problem that's there. Sorry, the mic wants me to stop. That's one issue that's there. But one thing that's good is people like Brian and them, they're starting these male advocacy groups. When I was at UNFA, we did the House Mary dialogues. You have the male dialogues so men can discuss these issues, and you have the female dialogues as well. And then, of course, everyone can come together. But I think it's important to create the safe space for the conversations as well, for both men and women, how GBV or how these inequalities affect both men and women. Because even as men, you've experienced and you've watched your mothers also go through these different challenges. So I think that itself, we have to find a way to find that common ground, but we have to create the spaces for it. So that's my thought about inequality, gender inequality in PNG.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Due to time, we'll just take one last question and then we'll move on. Okay, let's have a male. Oh,
check. Mike. Hello. So institution, my name is Clive. I study public policy at the University of Papua New Guinea. So from studies in policy administration and writing and all that, we've realized that PNG is good. Actually, PNG is one of the leading nations in writing practical solutions to problems that we have. However, our problem comes when we are trying to implement, and to implement, we do not have proper, how do I say this, monitoring and evaluation systems to determine if we are achieving the goals that we write about. So my question is, in your experience, what are key elements that ensure, in a monitoring and evaluation system, that ensure long-term impact and sustainability of anti-corruption efforts in a country? So, for example, it was made mention yesterday that the UN is trying to implement the PNG anti-corruption project. Yes, I think that's it.
Thank you, if I may. Okay, thank you very much for the great question. It is really relevant. And indeed, I agree with both points. We also noticed that one big problem in PNG is implementation of the legislation and policies. I can speak mainly about anti-corruption, but there are some strong laws, or at least laws in place, and they were endorsed but never got implemented from the reason which is still unknown to me, I have to say. But it's quite a frustrating experience, not only for us, because we are here only to support, our projects will not take forever. So the idea is to empower our national partners to be able to do it by themselves. We can only provide resources and technical assistance, but when the project ends, it would be expected from our, in this regard, for example, the national partners, that they will be able to take it over. And indeed, basically the most important strategic document related to anti-corruption that PNG, as well as many other countries have, it's the National Anti-Corruption Strategy. And National Anti-Corruption Strategy was endorsed in 2010, and it will last until 2030. PNG was the first Pacific island which endorsed the National Anti-Corruption Strategy. And then there is a plan of action which is usually endorsed for 5 years. So we have, PNG currently has the National Anti-Corruption Plan of Action, or NAPCA, which was endorsed in 2020 and will last until 2025. And the plan, the national strategy and the NAPCA, they're both very strong documents, so everything you need is there. But where is the problem? monitoring and evaluation, exactly what you are saying. So there is no monitoring and evaluation of the NAPCA. Why? Because, as you might know, the Independent Commission Against Corruption of Papua New Guinea has been established only a few years ago, so it's a relatively new institution, and at the start everyone was waiting for the ICAC commissioners to be appointed, which happened only last year. And now it is not very clear who will take over the coordination and monitoring over the NAPCA. And what we realized, we had a lot of meetings and some workshops, and UNDP supported drafting the very comprehensive monitoring and evaluation plan with all the indicators, but simply nothing has happened yet. So everything is in place, but we just need someone, I mean, PNG needs someone to start working on it, and yeah, this is just not happening. But as you are saying, I think like comprehensive monitoring and evaluation, and of course skilled people in monitoring and evaluation. And when it comes to the anti-corruption reforms and measures, it is very important that the leaders are committed to the anti-corruption. So whatever you are doing, either to decide to do the code of conduct or anti-corruption policy, for example, or any other anti-corruption measures, we are talking about so-called tone from the top approach. So you need to have the management committed. That's why it's, for example, when we are doing corruption risk assessment, which is another preventative tool, when it comes to the anti-corruption within the departments, it is very important that it is signed off by the head of the institution, because with this, the head of the institution is not only aware what is there and what were the commitments, what needs to be done, but also committed and accountable that he or she will do it. So if I go back to the NAPCA, whenever we have the meeting or the workshop, our partners would say, oh, this NAPCA, nothing has happened, no one has been working on it, we should just forget it and write the new one, the next one. And I was like, oh my God, this would be so wrong, because in reality, the PNG has done a lot to implement the National Anti-Corruption Strategy and Plan of Action. For example, Anti-Corruption Commission was established, the OLICAC Organic Law and Independent Commission Against Corruption was endorsed, Whistleblower Act endorsed, access to information policy drafted, and so on. So a lot has been done, but except that no one knows it, because the proper monitoring and evaluation has not been done. So sorry that I don't have any positive, more positive or encouraging answer, because I don't know what the solution would be. It is just so little is missing, that things would be implemented and done, but I just don't know what to do to move this little part for the things to be completed. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alma. Thank you, participants, for very insightful questions as well. It shows that you've been paying attention and you're getting what has been discussed. So thank you again. And that is all we have time for today. For this panel, we'll come to a close. Before close, I'd like to thank again Dr. Alma for making your time available, as well as Ms. Brown-Nkili for also coming out and sitting on this panel. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that wonderful session we had with Edwin. We're going to move straight on into our next panel discussion. It's going to be on habits and goals for financial stability for youth leaders. And it's going to be moderated by none other than our director, Ms. Sherry Knowles. Thank you.
Yes. Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes,
Am I being projected? Okay, wonderful. Wow, what a fantastic session we've had today. I'm learning so much about PNG culture and the underpinnings of how youth are acting and reacting, and the male-female relationship, as well as society, as well as gender violence, as well as the politics. I think I'm going to come away from this conference a different person, because I've learned so much about you at this conference. And I appreciate all of your candor, your honesty, your willingness to engage in what we call authentic conversations about things that matter. And we talked in the last session about the fact that civic education is not taught in schools, and there's not enough focus on the politics, the structure, the laws, so that people know whether there's corruption or something going on. But there's another area that's not talked about in schools, and it's not just in Papua New Guinea, it's also all around. It's in the United States, it's in developed countries and in developing countries, and that is personal finance. Personal finance. What do you do with the money that you have? How much money do you need? How do you handle your budget? This is something that many youth are never taught. They have to come through the School of Hard Knocks, but we do not have to, because we have an expert here today that's going to talk to us about youth personal finance. And that is my dear friend, Sangeeth Varghese. We met Sangeeth first at the Indian Kectil Conference. He followed us on to the Zambian Kectil Conference, and now he raised his hand and wants to be part of the Papua New Guinea Conference and is coming us today from India. Sangeeth is an author. He's authored 4 very well-received books: Open Source Leadership, Future Intelligence, Hidden Links, Decide to Lead. He's globally acknowledged as a leadership thinker from both Harvard and London School of Economics. He's been a personal advisor, this is pretty important. He's been a personal advisor to 3 heads of state in the world. He's listed in Who's Who in the World. He was named a young global leader by the World Economic Forum. And he was the first Asian youth ambassador named by the government of Libya. He has lots to say and talk to us about youth financial health. And this is one of his special areas. You're very, very fortunate to have him with us today. And we want to hear all of his words of wisdom. So I'm going to turn it over to Sangeeth, and thank you very much for being here with us today.
Thank you very much, Sherry. What a wonderful audience. What a wonderful, fabulous audience. Though I've been to almost all your neighboring countries, Australia, New Zealand, Indonesia, I've never been fortunate enough to be in your country. In fact, the first part of the session, when the discussion was on culture and all those things, I was actually wondering, why is this conference talking so much about the culture, the corruption, the management, the administration of Procter and Gamble, P&G? Then I realized that's the acronym which you use for your country. So there was this Harvard research which asked couples what makes or breaks relationships. So of course, as you would imagine, there would be some fantastic responses which would be coming in. Honesty of the partner, kindness of the partner, of course, good looks, communication, intelligence, compatibility. But then as the research went in depth, as the conversations went in depth, as the analysis became more complex and intricate, one of the things which came out prominently, in fact, statistically as the most significant aspect,
what makes or breaks a relationship is your attitude towards money. And what I've realized in the last few years, as I research, my recent research is about why do some people succeed early in their lives? Why do some people succeed early in their lives, while some people succeed much later, or some of them do not succeed at all? Or when I deal with the national governments, or when I deal with the companies, or when I deal with the startups, all of them filter down to one particular attribute: money. So we are going to talk about the dirty money today. So why is money important? You have arguments about money. It seems like you don't have enough money. You're not happy with the way you manage money. Your parents are not happy with the way you manage money. Your partners are not happy with the way you manage money. But essentially, what we also need to realize is that money, in essence, is very agnostic. It's very neutral. It's not good. It's not bad. More of it is not good. Less of it is not great or bad. It's a very neutral thing. Whether you have more money, whether you have less money, whether you have okay money, it depends on something which is called the money habitudes. Your attitudes and your habits towards money. Which is what we are going to talk about in the next coming 20 minutes or so. I'm going to talk about something very interesting about money. For that, we actually circulated a survey. Some of you have done it, some of you have not done it, but you can still do it. It's a very interesting one, and it is something which we have devised back at the London School of Economics in Harvard in terms of understanding young people's habits and attitudes towards money. And how do you really make yourself better as far as money is concerned? And it's complimentary from Kectil, of course. If you have not done it, do it, because the people who have done it, this is how the cookie crumbles. Which I'm going to delve into in the next coming few minutes. I'm going to delve into each one of these aspects. So what we discussed earlier, there is no good habits, nor bad habits. It is just about habits and attitudes. It is about how you manage money. None of this is good, bad, ugly, nothing. So the first one is something which is called security, where you use money to feel safe and control. And the people who fall into it, their names are there. I'm going to explain each one of them in a moment. And the next one is what is called planning. And the largest number of you coming over here, the largest amount of you common in terms of planning. You use money to plan your future. And then comes an attribute which is called, so this is again your planning. So one of the things which we have realized when doing the survey is that, any survey for that matter, any research study is that, people kind of try to second guess what is a good quality which I would like to have, what is a good quality, what the researcher is expecting, and they try to fit in answers to that. So not just in PNG, we see a large amount of people second guessing planning is the best one in Zambia, in India, in name the country. Carefree. Just one person is carefree in your lot. I would have liked to be carefree. Giving. Again, a very large segment in terms of giving. Status. You use money to create a positive image about yourself. And spontaneous. You live in the moment. Okay, so just before I get into the details, the caveat, again, the caveat, there are no right or wrong answers. It is just the habits. Everything is good. Nothing is bad. As almost a father of philosophy, father of almost all the subjects, Socrates would say, nothing is good or bad as long as you do things in moderation. So that's what the ancient Greeks would say. Moderation is the key. Excellent. So we go to the first one, which is security. Saw that a few of you were in the security part of it. Even those who have not been in security or in any one of these things which we are discussing, it's important that you pay attention because no one person is one particular attribute. Though we have kind of straitjacketed you into one attribute, typically we find that you are a combination of multiple attributes. There is a dominant one and there is a recessive one. So security means, on the negative side, people would end up seeing you as a cheap or inflexible. But on the positive side, you are very organized. You plan about your future. You think before you act. That's what the security is all about. You worry about the future. You save for the future. You think before you act as far as money is concerned. And you are extremely cautious with your money. But what are the challenges? The challenges are that you do not really enjoy your money. You kind of buy cheap stuff, avoid risk, because you are buying cheap stuff to save money. They do not last longer, so you kind of lose more money. You deny yourself some of the opportunities and most importantly, the fun. And a lot of us are not able to enjoy the present. So what do you do? Because remember what we said from Socrates, moderation. So how do you balance yourself? End of the day, it is the balancing act, the moderation act. You spend some time with your friend who spends and shares more responsibility. Make a list. This is very important. As long as you make a list, you are in control. This works in almost not just in this particular aspect, this particular attribute. Anything, if you end up making a list and keeping a track, that improves. Planning. You saw that a large section of you, almost about 60% of you fell in over here. On a negative part, you're too cautious. But on the positive part, you are kind of perceived as responsible and determined. So the advantage is you stick to your plans, you wait it out, you make a plan, you stick to your plans, you wait it out, you make responsible choices. But then you have challenges. Because you are a planner and because you are keeping money, your family and friends expect you to help them out because you are the one who's having all the money. And you end up resenting people, because you are saving it for yourself. And here comes somebody else because you've saved it up. And in a way, you start resenting people who come irresponsibly come in and ask for your help. And like the secure person whom you saw, you also kind of miss out on the fun because you are inflexible. So the balancing bit, the moderation bit, expect others to have the different values and accept them. Expect and accept. Some of the others might be different from you. You accept them. Learn the art of saying no. When people come to you because you've got money and they've spent irresponsibly, you should learn the art of saying no. Carefree. How many people were there? Just one. I would have loved to be here. So on the negative side, you might feel that you are unfocused and vulnerable, where people would end up seeing it like that. But you are more easygoing and flexible compared to the secure and planning which we saw. You are the more flexible. Earlier ones which we saw them as rigid and inflexible. Advantages. You are a very optimistic person. You believe that things will work out. You don't worry about life. You share easily. The challenges is that you become that person who run to that secure person. You become that person who run to that planning person who have saved up all the money and ask them for the money. You depend on others. So because of you depend on others, you've got a lack of planning and you miss some of the opportunities. For the secure and the planning person, it's a fun future because they can look forward to the future. But in your case, you might sometimes feel that it's a scary future. So how do you moderate it out? You talk to the adults, imbibe some values from the secure and the planning part. And before you do anything, so this is something which I mentioned earlier also, make a list. Ask yourself questions, difficult questions. Is it what I want? Am I in the right direction? giving. The negative side of it is that people perceive you as judgmental, victim, martyr. You think about yourself as a martyr. But on the positive side, selfless and kind. You make others happy. You've got strong values and others can depend on you. You are again the person that other people run onto you whenever they need money. But unfortunately, you spend less on yourself. You take less care of yourself. You're more about giving. But then the problem is that you expect gratitude. And there is not much gratitude in this world. So you could get into trouble. You get frustrated. You might expect favors in return, and favors might not be given back to you. Again, moderation. It need not just be money which you are giving to others, sharing with others. You can share your resources. You can share your knowledge, just like what we are doing today. It need not always be about money. We've got expertise. We've got time. We've got resources. That's something which we can always give to others. And remind yourself that money is valuable for you also. So you realize it, right? So though planning or giving, intuitively we think that they are the best qualities to be aligned towards, and that's why a lot of us end up figuring out that I want to be in planning or giving, but they've got their own disadvantages, downsides. Last couple of them, status. On the negative side, you would be seen as superficial and insensitive. But on the positive side, you could be seen as impressive and generous. So you enjoy giving gifts to others. You like the attention. You like that status which money is giving for you, right? So you try to derive your status. You try to derive what you are through the money part of it. So you like the attention which it is giving you. You enjoy spending because for the sake of, not for the sake of spending, but the status it accrues to you. But at the same time, it gives a false impression to people that you're rich. And because of that, they run to you and take the money from you. You're always under the pressure to keep up an image. And sometimes you get into debt because you are always worried about how you manage it. So how do you moderate yourself? You moderate yourself again by making a list. Limit the money that you take with yourself, and also realize that, as Napoleon Bonaparte once said, glory is fleeting. Glory is fleeting. And there is just one step from the magnanimous to the ridiculous. Spontaneous. You could be seen as irresponsible or impulsive. But at the same time, the positive side, you're daring, you're fun, you're spontaneous, you are the life of the party. You're the one who's going out and enjoying yourself. You are the one who's taking risks. The challenges would be, sometimes you are left with no money. And you owe money to others. You cannot stop spending. In a way, it's very similar to some of the other attributes which we have seen, like carefree. Some of them are very similar in terms of the shades which they have. You face failure. You have secrets. If you have secrets about money, if you have secrets about spending from your partner, from your parents, this is probably the place where you fall in. You regret your actions. So like we discussed earlier, so we saw 6 of the attributes, whether it is planning, carefree, which are diametrically opposite to each other, giving and secure, which is again diametrically opposite to each other, right? So we saw 6 of these attributes. Some of them are you perceive to be positive from a social point of view, some of them which you perceive to be negative from a social point of view. All of them are neutral. It's about the moderation part of it. It's about creating a balance. And what you also need to know, which I mentioned earlier, is that your money habits could change based on a situation, for example. You would behave in a different way when you're going out on a date versus when you are spending on your startup. Or with a person, you could be very different. Usually you're very conservative, but with certain special friends, you open up and you be generous. Also, what you need to remember before I wind up is that a lot of your money habits are not your own. It is shaped by the environment which you grew up in. For example, if you've had a traumatic childhood, where your parents have gone through a divorce, where you've been thrown into the deep sea as far as the financial controlling is concerned, you're taking care of the family at a young age, you've been having adult responsibilities at your young age, or you've been completely under a helicopter parent who've been deciding everything for you. All those things matter in terms of the way you view money. So I leave you with 2 things. First one, do not feel guilty the way you are. You are the way you are, shaped by your circumstances. But at the same time, you can balance yourself by keeping a track of who you are and what determines you and what is not important to you. Fantastic, and I'm ready to take some questions if there are any. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Sangeet. That was very interesting. Of course, I myself look through these categories and try and figure out what I am and where I fit. And I think I'm in 3 categories. Can you be in 3 categories?
Of course, you can be in 3 categories. Of course, you can be in 6 categories.
Okay.
But at the same time, in varying degrees, that's what I would say. Right? So it's just like, it is like, if you've read this, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Ah, yes. Well, it's so interesting. We don't talk about personal finances enough. We don't talk about it in school. Thank goodness you're bringing to light these habits that people, and they are very ingrained. You talked about marriage and dating, and financial aspects can break up a relationship. You know, they can make a relationship, they can break a relationship, and you really need to know early. And that's an important thing for the youth that are here today who are participating in the conference, to think about where do they fit here, and where does their partner fit, and are you compatible for the long term, or can you each change a little bit? You know, as you also pointed out, people change over time. You change during your seasons of life, perhaps. And so sometimes you grow more closely together. You know, for the Kectil program, as you well know, has 7 modules in each year. And one of the modules this year, for the very first time, was a finance module. And we talked about personal finance, and it was very well received. And it's something that that youth, I think, need to focus on, think about, and learn more about. I don't know if that's called microeconomics, but what's the effect of taxation? What's the cost of money in your country? What's the cost of a mortgage if you want to take out a loan? You know, what happens? What does a secured loan mean? What happens if you default on a loan? All these kinds of things. These are all financial education matters, which I really think society as a whole lacks the discipline to teach youth about. And you learn from the school of hard knocks. You know, you do something wrong and then you realize, oh, that's not the right thing to do. Let's do it differently next time. You know, even with credit cards, you might get a little too free with your credit card and look at the bill and say, oh my goodness, how many months is it going to take for me to pay off that credit card? And, you know, and all of a sudden you realize you can't do anything extra for the next X number of months because you have to pay off your credit card. And you also don't think about the fact that the credit card or whatever form of loan you're taking might go into turbo interest at a certain point. And it could be that the money that you're paying off is actually the interest on the money that you took and not the money itself, which is also comes from the school of hard knocks. So for the folks there on the floor, I don't know who is going to moderate this, but if somebody can be up on stage and can we see in the camera the full room, and let's take some questions about personal financial matters, and who is going to moderate that from the floor. I think maybe we can stop sharing this screen that we have right now, and we can put the screen on of the room. And then if someone can moderate the questions, please. And we might say, while we're waiting for questions, we might say that also note that Sangeeth has the distinction of having a son who is the youngest Kectil colleague in the history of the Kectil program. When we had our conference in India, and Sangeeth is from India, we had this in Bangalore, he brought along his 12-year-old son. And his 12-year-old son decided that he wanted to be part of the Kectil program. And so at 12 years old, you know, we thought about it for a minute and we said, sure, why not? You know, we usually let people in the program from 17 to 26, as you know. But we made an exception. And so Zach Verghese came in at 12 years old, and he's done every single assignment in the program and has given us good feedback and has attended webinars, and he's been really amazing. So if you have any very young, a brother or sister or a cousin or someone you know who's quite young, but also is unusually talented and smart and curious, let Edwin know about it, let us know about it, and we might start having a younger cohort. And Zach will be leading the way. He's just been excellent. And he's even spoken at two of our conferences. He spoke at the India conference as well as the Zambia conference. So, you know, please keep your eye out for those young prodigies that we would like to mentor. Please raise your hand with any questions about personal finances.
Afternoon, guys. My name is Andrew.
Can we get him on the camera, please? Okay, thank you.
My name is Andrew. I'm a graduate geologist. I'm working with the MRA. Personally, I find that my personal finance is controlled by budget. I live by a budget fortnightly, which means that I am unable to do other activities, other things that I would like to enjoy. And I feel that that is due to financial illiteracy on my behalf, personally. So my question is,
do you think it is advisable for a country like Papua New Guinea with a very huge bulge in the youth sector that financial literacy should be taught in secondary levels, especially in grade 9, 10, 11, and 12, not only as a major subject to be studied or pursued within the tertiary levels, but as a way of allowing financial literacy for young individuals. Therefore, especially the younger, the youths are not facing the same problems that I am facing. So this question is directed to the esteemed presenter. Do you think that financial literacy should be taught in secondary schools and should not be considered as a course that is essentially studied in tertiary institutions, but should be a compulsory for all who are undertaking their education pathways and careers? Thank you.
The interesting part of some of our questions is that the answer, it's already there in the question. It's not even a question, it's a statement. If I were to look back at my 21-year-old self, that's when I started working after my postgrad. So if I were to look back on my 21-year-old and if I were to give him an advice, or if I were to give an advice to my son, who just turned a teenager, the most important advice is of finance. How do you manage money? That's the most important part. Why you should be saving? What exactly is compounding all about? Why should a certain part of your money should not be touched and left over there? Why you should diversify your risks? Why you should hedge yourself? If I knew during the first 15 years of my career what I now know about finance, believe me, I would be sitting on at least 20 times more money than I'm having right now. 20 times minimum more money. That's into 20. I've done this calculation, and this is what I would have been sitting on right now. So why we are taught some of the things what we are taught today, why we are taught in a particular fashion, why we sit in the front of the class facing the teacher. There is a hierarchy in this one. You are taught certain subjects like physics, chemistry, math, right, history, civics, but you're never taught finance. Is for a particular reason. Right? So because those are the long tail of an industrial revolution. At that particular point of time, you had to raise students in a fashion which resembled an army barrack with a clear hierarchy. There is no peer-to-peer learning. It's a hierarchical learning, and there are certain subjects which you learn because it's a long tail of the industrial revolution. And when we moved on to a digital revolution part of it, then it became more about the business schools and all those kind of things. But never finance was opened up simply because that was the esteemed portals of the creme de la creme of the society. only, just like information, just like the confidential information on how you manage a company, how you administer a nation, those kind of information is available only with the top end of your society. Not everybody is purview to it. The top 0.01% is purview to all these kind of how do you manage a nation, how do you manage a company. Exactly like that. How do you manage finances? How do you get rich is not being taught because it has not yet been democratized, because we are at the long tail, accrual of your industrial revolution. But now, as far as young people are concerned, if you ask me, is there one particular skill that you should be learning along with an IT? It's an all-pervasive skill or a sustainability, right? And along with that, is there one skill which you should be learning? It is finance. How do you manage your finances? A large part of your world's problems would be taken care of if you knew how exactly to manage finances young enough in your life. At the same time, again, I'm saying, learning about finance is not just about learning theory as we learn in anything else, like a physics or a chemistry or a math, which we do not really apply to your later life, right? It is about diagnostics. It's about diagnostics as far as this is concerned. And that's what that survey is all about. When you have fever and chill, you can sit at home and you can presume to yourself, read some theory, check in ChatGPT, wow, I'm having fever, chill, and runny nose. What is this all about? And it would randomly throw up, you are having a fever. It might even throw up something like you are having a smallpox. That's why it is important to have diagnostics as far as you're concerned. Right? You need to diagnose yourself on what exactly is your habitudes. Yes, over.
Hey, do we have any more questions from the floor? Okay, here comes another question.
Once again, good evening, esteemed colleagues and panelists and modulators. My name is Jeremiah Senemilaja, and I'm a second year student at the University of Papua New Guinea in the School of Medicine and Health Science, and taking Bachelor in Pharmacy. So I have a question, and it's a personal question, but I would like you to answer it general based in regards to all the youths. So, as you have said and mentioned some, but I'm not sure that you have answered it, so I'm going to ask the question again. What are some important and beneficial measures that youths and young people need to take in order to improve their financial management? Yeah, in their financial management. Yeah, that's all.
Okay, along with financial management, I'm sure that Sherry would be getting worried about the time management, so I'm going to make it quick. What are the most important lessons which you want to learn as you are a young person? One, even if you are able to save only a small amount of money, doesn't matter, $1, half a dollar, right? It doesn't matter at all. But even if you are able to save a small amount of money on a regular basis, if you're able to keep it away, do not touch that money at all. Just keep it away. In India, we have got something which is called the systematic investment plan. You join the systematic investment plan and automatically your accounts will get auto-debited. It's a nudge. You do not have a choice. Once you make a choice that I'm going to save $25 every month, it gets auto-debited and you do not have a choice. Do that. That's the first thing. Right? Second thing, whenever you get a raise, whenever you get a substantial amount of money, again, take away from it and put it onto that auto debit feature. You forcibly take out, you might be having several other expenses because expenses accumulate. Expenses also compound. Problems in life also compound. Everything compounds. But forcibly take out a percentage of it and again put it into that savings account. You might be 21, you might be 25, you might be 30, you might be 50. It doesn't really matter, but just do this diligently. Do not touching that money. You would be surprised how much money you have just because of the compounding power of money. Which is why Albert Einstein said, the eighth wonder of the world is compounding. If you do not know about compounding, read about compounding. You will be surprised. Over.
Okay. Wow, that's fantastic. And it's interesting to me how our sessions really blend together, because the last session and even the session yesterday, we were talking about political accountability. And in political accountability, it has a lot to do with finance, and it has a lot to do with our government spending money properly. Well, if youth are not thinking about their own money, are they actually thinking about how the government spends its money? Because things start with yourself and then they grow out. And you can take these same principles that you're talking about proper good discipline and use of money, and you apply those principles to the government, the local government and the national government, and you say, are they applying those principles? What are their habitudes? What if you applied those habitudes to the PNG national government? Okay, what would be the answer? Okay, are they compounding money and putting it away for the future and good of the Papua New Guinea citizens? It's interesting how everything is related, but starting it on a personal level is so important. And as we said, this year in the Kectil program for the very first time, and it was certainly, I think, motivated by some of the comments Sangeeth gave us in the first Indian Papua New Guinea Indian Kectil conference. We challenged all the youth in our program to come up with a budget and stick with the budget for the second half of the year of 2024, to figure out how much money they thought they would have per month and come up with a budget where it's either net positive or at least it's neutral. And we also said we wanted each youth to save some amount of money every month. And it didn't matter, as Sangeeth said, it didn't really matter how much it was, but you had to have saving as part of your budget for 6 months. And at the end of the year, we're going to go back and talk to the youth about their experiences in living under a budget. So I would encourage all of you to do the same thing. Make a budget, live under it for 6 months and see what happens. You'll learn a lot about yourself and where your money goes. And you'll become more deliberate, more conscious about financial issues. And Sangeeth, thank you for those wonderful words of wisdom. It's great. Thank you. I know you had to wake up early this morning to come and be part of this program. We really appreciate that. I think you've given all the youth here, which are over 200 from Papua New Guinea, really a direction, a challenge to think intentionally about their personal budget and maybe go on a budget and think about their attitudes, and also, relationships. So thank you so much. We appreciate it. You're a wonderful friend to the Kectil program. Thank you for joining us. And I'm sure we'll see you at the next global conference. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, I think we're going to go to lunch next. Let's give Sangeeth a great hand. And of course, if you're so interested, you can go on Amazon. Sangeeth's books are on Amazon. You can look him up and read some of his materials. And I think maybe two of the books that he wrote were with his son, Zach. And I've got copies of those at my house. So whoever is moderating, maybe come back up to the stage, and then we will leave for lunch. Obviously, we are behind schedule, so we have in here an hour for lunch, but I think we're going to try and make that shorter because you're going to have a long time to network at the end of the day because we're going to have a very nice reception. So you'll have some time to network at lunch, but we've built in a reception at the end of the day and before the buses leave for you to really spend time talking with your colleagues. So I'm going to send it back to the floor to close us out to go to lunch.
All right. Thank you, Madam Sherry, and our distinctive panelists for a productive insight into how we youth should manage our money and the significance it bears. All right, I'm just going to leave this with you all before we head straight into our lunch. I urge you all to invest rather than save money. Because as you know, money is a currency. And from the root word currency, it's meant to flow. You can't save it, you can't keep it. And at this age, we all are teenagers, young adults. Guys would still want to get that haircut. Girls would still want to have that makeup. And in a country like Papua New Guinea where there's like financial crisis and inflation is like just high, it's impossible for us to manage that. So I urge you all just to invest rather than saving. With that, I'm not going to take much of your time. I'll release you all, and you can head straight into lunch, and we'll come back for the rest of our program in the afternoon. Thank you so much.
And maybe we can tell them if we can shorten lunch a bit by instead of having an hour, maybe have 45 minutes, 30 to 45 minutes so that we can finish. We've got some great panels in the afternoon. We want to be able to get through all the panels so that we can get you to this wonderful reception we're going to have, this networking reception.
All right, thank you, everyone. I bet we'll all settle for 40 minutes or so. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ah, okay. Hi, can you hear me, Brooke?
Yep.
I love your I love the library. I love the room you're in.
My background,
Yes,
my fake background.
I love it. I love it. Okay, well you can get back off for a while. I just want to check your audio and make sure we could see you and make sure you could get in. So
Yeah.
unless you if you want to stay in, fine, but everyone's just eating. So
Yeah,
I'll
that's
get
fine.
back off. And I will text you as soon as we're ready.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
Okay. Okay, great. Thanks.
Awesome. Okay, if you made friends, if you haven't, that's bad on your part. Okay, we're gonna jump into the next panel discussion. If you're still outside, please make your way in. Okay, our next session is gonna be on how to successfully launch brands with data-driven insights, and it will be moderated by none other than our director herself, Ms. Sherry Knowles. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Hope you had a great lunch. I think we've had a wonderful day and a half, haven't we? The content has just been amazing in this conference, and we're going to continue with it. I think we've touched every subject, and now we're going to be talking about business issues. And we've got a wonderful person here who's going to mentor you and talk to you about marketing strategies. This is Brooke Schaefer. She is a global director of the Kectil program. So she's involved with Kectil all over the world. She was previously the associate vice president of AT&T, which, as we said this morning, is the biggest technology company in the world. And she was the youngest ever appointed associate VP in the history of AT&T. She led the wireless customer base of 62 million customers. And while she was at AT&T, you may be interested to know that she led the AT&T Taylor Swift partnership. How about that? We hear about Taylor Swift all the time, and she worked on the AT&T and led the AT&T Taylor Swift partnership. That's about the coolest thing. I wish I had that on my CV. Currently, she's the CEO for Marketing Research and Strategy Company, CMI, which supports Fortune 100 companies to grow their brands. So she's here to give us a lot of good common sense and business advice on how to run your company. So, Brooke, thank you for joining us, and over to you.
All right. Well, hello, everybody. It's so nice to meet you. Have the presentation on the screen. Hopefully you guys can see it. So what I want to talk to you about today is I know you've heard so many people talk for the past day and a half, and you probably have a million different ideas floating in your head now of things that you want to go do, whether that be for a career or for a job that you want to go do or a business that you want to start, or maybe it's just in your personal life you have something that you want to go achieve now because of these talks. And so what I wanted to impart you with today is some kind of secrets to success, I would say, that I've learned along the way, that have really both worked well for me, and I know for a lot of other executives, of things that are kind of secrets that they've had. And so there's three main ones that I want to talk about today. So to start with, I think it's really important to just remember that ideas without actions, they're just empty dreams. And so as you're sitting there today and you're thinking about these new ideas and these new dreams that you have and that you want to go do, let's just think about, how do we go put those into action? What do we go do to make that happen? And so what I want to talk about today are three really easy things that will get you to go make that happen. So first that I want to talk about is to find a sponsor, not a mentor. So we all probably have heard about finding mentors. Mentors are great, by the way. We all need mentors in our lives, but mentors are not the people that are going to make you successful. So a mentor is somebody that you go to when you didn't have a good meeting, when you tried to pitch your idea and it didn't go well, or you need guidance on how to write a resume, or what type of job to get. These are things that a mentor helps you with. They're more vulnerable conversations that you have. A sponsor is going to be somebody that takes an interest in you because their vision or their career aligns to what you want your career or your vision to be. So it could be in your personal life, or it could be in a job that you have. And they might have something that they're going to go do. Maybe let's say it's political, and they're in politics and their vision for politics aligns to your vision. They have to be more senior than you. And for them, what they get out of it is they're cultivating a new generation, a new group of leaders. And so they're picking what they think is a very good leader to bring up. And for you, what you get out of it is you're seeding off of their brand equity. They've already developed who they are, and they're going to vouch for you. They're going to talk about you. Okay? It is not philanthropic, the reason why they do this. And it is not a mentor relationship. You're not going to be vulnerable to them and talk to them about that you had a bad meeting or something. You're always going to be professional to them. This is almost like a boss type figure. Okay? And so a sponsor is somebody that believes in you, that goes out on a limb when you're not even there to bring you up in conversations and say, maybe we should think about Brooke for this. Or they advocate for your ideas or your career when you're not there to help it move along. And let's say you want to go take a risk. You want to go pitch a new idea that you have, or you want to go do a presentation somewhere. They're going to give you air cover, right? They're going to help you. But they are not going to, if you want to go practice your presentation, they're not the ones you would practice it to. They're not the ones that you would go get guidance about how to go do something. They're the ones that once you're totally ready, you go to them and they will say, yes, I think I should bring up your name to somebody else. Okay. So how do you know that you have a sponsor or that you could have a sponsor? They're typically going to do two of the following things. The first is they're going to go expand your beliefs of what you think you can do. So you might not have even thought that you could go do certain things, and they're going to tell you, no, you can go do that. A lot of times people ask me how I got to be the youngest executive AT&T's ever had. And I can promise you, it's not because I was the smartest or I was the best, but it's because I had good relationships with senior people, and they advocated for me. They believed in me. And when I wasn't in those rooms, they suggested me for things. And they expanded my beliefs that I could do more than what I thought I could do at the time. They also make connections to other senior leaders. So if you only know one, they are going to introduce you to more. So if you're interested in politics, there might be one person in politics and that's a senior leader, and they might introduce you to others. And it starts to expand your network. They promote your visibility. They provide stretch opportunities. So maybe they tell you that they want you to go speak in front of a lot of people, or they give you advice on how to present. And they make connections to help you further your goals. So if you tell them your vision or they know it, then they're going to kind of help you to get more out of that. And probably the most important thing is they're going to give you very honest feedback. This is not a mentor that you go to that you want feedback and you might be very upset and you might want to talk honestly about something. This person is going to give you very honest feedback. And it's not for you to get upset or for you to be vulnerable for it. They are there because they're putting themselves out on a limb to suggest you. And so in doing so, they want to give you very honest feedback so that you quickly learn how to be better in those situations. So you have to always present yourself professionally. And when they give you that honest or critical feedback, you have to see it as a bit of a gift that they're doing it very quickly and honestly for you, and that you can take that and you can listen to it and you can go do something with it next time. Okay? So you in this situation are the protege. You are the younger one out of this. And so what's happening is that they are investing in you. They are investing in your future, in you as a person. And so what you do is you deliver for that. So you show up professionally. You're prepared. You act appropriately. You are nice. And because of that, it makes them look good. That they advocated and they sponsored for the right person because you are showing up and you're professional and you are delivering for them in a professional way. So that is finding a sponsor. It is I think, very important, and few people talk about it, but it's an important part of getting both your vision out there, or if you have a new business you want to start or something that you want to do. Next of the secrets is you need to develop your confidence. So in developing your confidence, ultimately, you want to bet on yourself. You don't want to go think other people. You want to think, I can do this. And to get there, you need to invest in yourself. So what does that mean? That ultimately means that confidence is a skill that you have to go learn. You have to go learn how to be confident. I can promise you every single senior person in a business or in the government or that you see on TV talking, they were not born with that confidence. That's something that gets developed. And it gets developed over time, and you have to really want it. And so to get to confidence, there are 4 things that you learn. There's experience, control, value, and reflection. So these 4 things over time can get you to develop confidence. Let's start with experience. So with experience, I talk about this a lot at work to folks. would have thought that T-Mobile would have felt, again, going back to confidence, that they didn't have any confidence now. Oh, we're smaller than AT&T. Our merger failed. Oh, woe is me. What am I going to do? That is not what they did. Instead of sitting there in that situation, they said, okay, the merger failed. We're in a switcher market, which means it's so competitive. The only people that you can get to grow your business are people that are leaving your competitors. That's it, because everybody has a cell phone. So you can only just go essentially steal market share from other people. So it's incredibly competitive. They just lost out on a major merger, but instead they start quietly planning behind the scenes an entire rebrand, an entire new value proposition, an entirely new way to go to market quietly. Nobody knew. And within 1 year, they go and launch a completely new strategy. And that completely new strategy, it took off, and now they have more market share than AT&T does. And so what they did was, when they launched this, they had 10 planned product launches. Every product launch was 12 weeks apart. 12 weeks. That's 1 quarter. That is a massive amount of work that they planned in 1 year quietly behind the scenes, and nobody knew. And they, every 12 weeks, like clockwork, you can see the timing here. March 2013, they did another one, July 10th, 2013, another one, October 9th, and it just went. And the reason why they did this is because people in the market started to get excited. What are they going to come up with next? What are they going to do next? And it became so popular that their market share went up. So this green line here is their stock price. And you can see their stock price was pretty low at the start. And as soon as they started doing this, it increased. And and they continue to do launches. It's not at the same level they were doing it before, but that generated so much momentum for them, and so much effort and planning went into these first 2 years of all of these product launches, that they seeded on that success for a very long time. And so over the course of 2 years, they got $9 billion in enterprise value just by doing that, by coming up with these launches, by completely planning a redesign of their brand, and kind of going back to the confidence piece. They believed in themselves. They believed, okay, this merger wasn't going to go through, but we can actually do this ourselves. Let's go figure this out. We don't need AT&T after all. We can go brand everything and go figure this out, and we can go be even better than them, and we can go steal their market share, which is crazy for a company to think of because they're so big, but they did it. And now they have more market share than AT&T. So, my 3 kind of key points, and then I will open it up to questions and we can have a conversation about it. But the first is go find a sponsor. Go find somebody that will sponsor your dreams or your career, and will help you along the way. And that sponsor might change over time, and that means you're growing and you're developing. And then go develop your confidence. Hone in on that skill over time and be confident. And then, most importantly, go plan for your own success. And don't leave it to other people. Go plan for you to be successful yourself. Okay? So it isn't about the challenge that defines you. It's what you go do with it. So with all of that, I'll leave that there, and I'll open it up to questions if we have any.
Okay. Thank you, Brooke. That was awesome business advice, and maybe even just life advice in general. A lot of people, including me, when you're young, you're getting into business, you don't know who to trust, and you don't know who to trust, and you don't know who is going to help your career and who is going to have what we call sharp elbows. And I don't know if that's a term that's used in Papua New Guinea, but sharp elbow means somebody who's nice to you, but is pushing you with their elbows to get you out of the way so that they can jump over you and succeed over you. So when you go into a company, you have a whole team. You're exposed to all these people, and senior people, junior people, people at your same level, and you don't know who to trust to get to where you need. So you've given us some really great advice to look at who to trust and how to get to the next level, and how you succeeded. My goodness, to be the youngest VP at AT&T, which is a really big deal. So now, do we have a moderator who's there on the floor who can take questions for Brooke? And maybe Brooke, you can maybe stop sharing your slide deck so we can see the room. Then, yep, there we go. So who's going to be on the stage taking questions? Okay, and while we're waiting for questions, I might ask you a question. There was a very interesting test or just a model case about AT&T and T-Mobile. How can you take that really big story of two titans in the industry and take that down to a small case, somebody who's in their 20s or something? And how does that relate? Can you, what might happen? What would be the scenarios?
Yeah, it's a good question. So what I would say, I call it rolling thunder. So what I would say is it doesn't really matter how small or large it is on scale. It's about having a systematic plan of things that people will notice. Mm-hmm. So it could be things in your career, or it could be things if you're starting a business that you want people to always have some excitement around. So it could be new news that you want to share, and you want to do something on a kind of recurring basis. 12 weeks is a tight turnaround. It's a lofty goal to do, but you can see from there that it has a really huge impact if you can do it, but that takes a lot of planning. But let's say you're starting a business. You have an idea and you're starting a business in your community. Mm-hmm. I would say, going back to control, don't give it all away right away. The drip drop of information of that big idea that you have over the course of time. So instead of launching this full idea right away, you do a little bit each time. People get really excited about that. They really want to learn more, and they're incredibly engaged. It builds awareness. It builds intrigue. People want to hear more about what you're doing, and it makes you look incredibly thoughtful. And now you're pulling in your audience to be engaged instead of just putting it all out there, because if you do that now in 6 months, they're going to move on to the next thing. Trying to keep attention these days in the world of social media can be really hard. And so what you have to do is you have to continuously drop a little bit of that information, even for a plan that you might have completely baked and final at the start.
That's really interesting. So do we have any questions from the floor? Okay, if not yet, I'll ask another question. How do you know who not to trust in a business?
Yeah, okay, so that's a really
question.
Yeah, that's a really good question. Okay. So I'm going to answer this two different ways. So the first one is, if you hold on to your values as who you are that I talked about, and you know who you are in any situation, that's going to be really important, because there are going to be people that are not going to hold on to the same values as you. And they're going to cut things, they're going to cut corners, and they're going to, they're going to be unethical, or they're going to do things the way that you don't want to do them. So the most important thing is that you hold on to the values that you have. And if you do that, two things happen. One, people that are unethical, if you are holding very true to your values, it's harder for them to do that against you. It really just is. That's the truth. they're going to go pick somebody that's also a little unethical to do that too. And two, if they do that to you, and sometimes it still happens, but if they do that to you in those situations, you still come out ahead because two things happen. It always comes to light. The reality is, it might not come to light right away that they did something that was bad against you, but it will. And I'll tell you a situation that happened to me one time. So when I was a young executive, and also, I was the youngest executive at AT&T, but I was also a female. And so when you put both of those two things together, that can be tough. And so I had somebody that was more senior than me that thought that they could kind of undermine me and take one of my ideas that I had. And it wasn't just my idea, it was my department's idea that we had and that we were working on, and they could take it and they could run with it. And they did it for a little bit, and they kind of seeded off of some of our ideas for a little bit. But you know what? They got found out, and it wasn't from me doing it, because part of holding values is that if you hold up to your end of it, then other people will dig their own grave. They have a way of figuring it comes to light for themselves, and that person had to leave. And that happens. And so you have to believe in who you are. You can't necessarily always identify those people. I think my advice there is that if you try to identify them all the time, it's exhausting. Yeah. Instead, you just have to focus on being proud of who you are as a person and living to that. And the rest, honestly, kind of shakes out.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's great advice. Now, what happens usually in businesses, you have to work in a team. You're working in a team to do a solution. What happens when you're working in a team and you're judged as a team, not individually, you're judged as a team, and one or two of your teammates just either can't function or they're not functioning. You see that a lot in business dynamics. Do you have any suggestions, any words of wisdom for that?
So, when you're collaboration, you're right, is incredibly important. And it's not just work situations. I would say it's life situations, it's building a company, it's politics, it's anything. You have to be a really good collaborator, and you have to get along with everybody. It's the most important thing. Before I even answer your question, I'll just kind of quickly say, like, when you look at very senior, successful executives, the most critical thing that got them there is that they are good with people. And they know how to read people, and they know how to work with people. And guess what? They're probably not the smartest person in the room. At my company, I can promise you I'm not the smartest person by far, but I have built a team of very smart people, and I'm a good people person, and I'm good at collaborating. And so that gets you very far in life, is being a good people person and being a good collaborator. In terms of people that don't work well, two things happen. Don't get frustrated at them, because people like that are not going to go far. And so you can't be frustrated at them, because you have to just realize they're probably not going to move much farther along, and you just let them be. But also you need to be nice and collaborative. And then the other thing I would say is that there's something called an individual contributor. And somebody like that is somebody that does a really great job on their own. So when you're working in a team dynamic and somebody is not good at working in a team, then my advice to you is let them not work well in a team, and give them a specific part of the job that they can do on their own, because they're going to be the most successful for you that way. They're going to go and do something really great to give it back to you, but their brain might not work in a collaborative environment, and you should allow them to be an individual contributor and be successful on their own and give you something back.
Oh, this is a lot of great advice. This is really good. I think we have a question from the floor. So let's hear from the questioner.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, Brian Els here. I have a question. My question would be, how do you validate if an idea will be good in the market? And also, how do you do market research which is effective if you don't have the data to back it up? Those are my two questions. Thank you.
That is a great question. That is what I do for my job every day. So your idea, if you think that you have a great idea and you're going to go try to bring it to market, and you're considering doing marketing research for it. So I would say yes, if you're that far along in your idea, you should go do marketing research for it. And what marketing research does, for those that are not as familiar with marketing research, so marketing research is research that is done on your consumers. So let's say you're going to go launch a new water bottle, and you have to go figure out if people even like the idea that you have. So what you go do in that situation is you have to go do research to go figure out if people find that interesting. Now, two things I would suggest here. If you're trying to figure out if they find it interesting, it's not just if they are interested in your idea, it's that if there's a need in the marketplace for it. Because if they find it interesting, but they have no actual need for it, they call it an unmet need. If there's no unmet need for that, then it's going to be really hard to sell it in. So you have to, if you're coming up with an idea, first and foremost, who's your consumers that you need to go figure out? So you need to identify who your consumer market is. Second, you need to identify if you have an unmet need in that marketplace. If you get those two things figured out, then next you have to go do product research. And with product research, that's when you do the 4 Ps, which is pricing, promotion, placement, and your product or your delivery mechanism for it. So then you're going to go figure out how much you go price it for, how you go package it, what it looks like in the marketplace, what type of promotions you should be doing for it to go leverage it, and then what your positioning is in the marketplace, how you should go brand it. So those are the 4 Ps.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you, Brooke. Do we have any more questions from the floor?
Yes, we have another question.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
I have a question here. For instance, if someone have like something innovative, let's say a pitch, and he wanted to get it on, put it into reality, but maybe he needs someone to work with. So
Yeah.
let's say I have an idea or an innovative idea, and I just really wanted to work with people. And from your presentation, I mean, from what you have said,
Yep.
how could I choose those individuals to work with to like help me get this innovative idea into reality? Like, how could which type of people I would select to work with me to
Yep.
to make this dream a reality?
Yeah. Okay, so there's a couple things. I'll give you kind of a high level for it. So the first is you have to find people, senior people in whatever the industry is for your idea. And you need to have some connections in it. You can start with one person that might be a sponsor for you that's going to connect you to others. And again, going back to the whole sponsor piece, you need to always show up in a very professional way for that person. And they're going to give you really good advice about what to go do. The next is you have to have a business plan. And the business plan needs to show that you have a very thought out idea for how this business could work. So going back to the marketing research question, you have to have some marketing research to back up that your idea is worthwhile for someone's time to have a conversation. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to go do a ton of research or anything, but you need to have something to show that this is a legitimate idea and it's meeting an unmet need in the marketplace. And then from there, let's say that you're going to go launch this idea. You need to then go take that idea with your sponsor and go network and shop it around, and they will be a good connection for you to the right people for that.
Thank you. From the view of perspective of a youth perspective, like you said, we have to talk to someone senior, someone ahead of us. But how about I wanted to work with someone like my colleague or someone my peer group, a youth. Which type of that particular youth group or youth that I would like, from your experience, since you said you've been in a young stage and then becoming a successful person. So instead of like before going to those senior, some elders for advice, which type of youth or group of youth that I will be targeting or working with to those that have the characters, something more that can help me make this dream become real or reality? Which type of category of youths, like at my level?
You're asking like which category of youths are that you want to, I'm not sure I'm following the question, sorry. Is it that you're trying to figure out who to go talk to launch an idea?
Yes, especially those youth at my level. Yeah.
Youth at your level.
Yes.
To go sell in an idea. Well, see, the thing is, okay, so if you need to go sell in an idea to potentially, like maybe for your team or for something in your, necessarily for your age group, the reality is if you have an idea, is it because, I'm just going to ask one more question before I clarify my answer. Is it that you're at a job and you have an idea and you're trying to work with other people at your level? Or is it that you have an idea to start a business and you want to work with youth to start the business?
Yeah, I have an idea like that can turn into a business venture. But then I need youth at my level, which they can contribute or collaboratively participate and contribute in making this idea become reality before we
I see.
talk to those people ahead of us or some senior for advice.
I see. So you need like a network of youth that can get passionate behind it, that almost go sell it in too.
Yeah, which specific type of youth have this specific character that they can work with? Like.
Yeah. So they call that social selling. And social selling is where you take people that you can get passionate about a topic and that can work with you to enhance the idea and then continuously bring it forward for you. Social selling is a really, can be a very successful thing. Now, the only thing with social selling is if your idea can be stolen, you have to be careful with social selling. So you need your business to be fully legitimately yours and your idea to be completely owned by you. If that's through intellectual property or if it's an idea for a product that you've already made and that it's owned by you. Okay, before you go into something where you get youth of your age to start social selling it. And social selling can come on in a couple fronts. You can bring people on and share the idea with them and get them really excited about it. And, that's also how social media influencers happen, because people start really liking something. And originally, before people even got paid on social media, it was just people started talking about products, and it was social selling. But that same idea can happen even outside of social media, where they start talking about the idea a lot. But I would say if you're going to do that, you need to find people that are really passionate, are good at communicating and selling, that align to your vision, and have good social networks. But before you do any of that, you need to make sure the idea is yours. Because the thing you don't want to do is go do social selling, and it can be phenomenal, and then it's not yours anymore. It's like, it's classically, Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, where he actually had the two twin guys that were also started Facebook with him. And Mark Zuckerberg kind of took it over and owned it and took all the intellectual property from him. So don't let that happen.
Wow. Okay, Brooke, you've given us a lot of great, just basic common sense business advice. And I think that's going to go very far for all of the youth in this room. You've got such great experience, and thank you. Your slide deck was awesome, by the way. And all of your words of wisdom, I think are going to be well accepted by our entire group. So thank you so much for this session. It was fantastic. We appreciate it. And thank you so much. And thanks for being a global director of the Kectil program. We appreciate
Thank you all.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. So next we're going to go straight into our next speaker, who has just joined us, and she is my good friend Lena Kumar. Lena, if you want to come on video and audio, she's just joined us. See if she can get here.
Hey, hi, Sherry.
Hello, Lena.
Hi. Don't think you can see me yet. Let me just work the video.
Okay.
Hey, hi.
There you are. Okay. Great to
Hi,
see
everyone.
you. Great to see you.
Oh,
okay,
same here.
you're off again. Now you're on again. Okay, fantastic. Lena is coming in to join us from India. And Lena, my goodness, is an Indian actress. I have a whole list of things that I would to introduce you on. You're Indian actress, you're an author, you're a scriptwriter. You've appeared in over 175 movies, is that right? I don't even think you're old enough to have been in 175 movies. That's in 5 languages, by the way. Do you speak 5 languages? That's amazing. 175 movies in 5 languages. Just in case you want to feel really inferior, just go look at Lena's bio. And then in 2023, she became an author. She's a motivational speaker, and she wrote a book on the autobiography of God. And in fact, when we had our Kectil conference in Atlanta, that was one of the ways that she launched this book, and we heard all about it. And then she was kind enough to come to our Indian Kectil conference in person with her fiance, who is now her husband, right? Who is an Indian astronaut, by the way. This is like a superstar family. So he is the Indian astronaut group captain Prasant there, who's currently training to go on the International Space Shuttle. So it doesn't take much. I don't see how much courage it takes to get in a rocket and go up into space. That's unbelievable. But he was also kind enough to spend 2 days with us in India. He was a great contributor to our program. So Lena comes to us. Of course, we admire all of her work in the movies, but she comes to us because she's involved in mental health, and she's a motivational speaker. She has a YouTube vlogging channel, Lena's Magazine. I commend that to you. But she talks to youth about youth mental health, and that's a huge issue. And we've been talking about that. That's a big theme of our 2-day conference. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Lena. You are here to motivate us. So take it from there.
Thank you so much, Sherry, for that amazing introduction. It kind of overwhelmed me myself. So it's been my honor and privilege to be part of the Kectil family, and I really am so grateful to Sherry for the great work she's doing in the world. And I have Ashwati to thank for introducing me to Sherry. And I'm so glad to be part of the Kectil family now. The first 2 times I participated online and in person in Bangalore, I did not feel so close-knit as I feel now. Now I really feel like I'm part of the family. Thank you so much, Sherry and Ashwati. And okay, so to all the superstars of the day, the youth who have joined this program, I first want to congratulate you on taking such a brilliant step in your life to better your life and to move towards self-development, because the name is self-development, and nobody other than yourself can initiate it. Of course, there are angels like Sherry on earth who help people get there, but it all starts from within, and every one of you is already a winner. Please give yourselves a big round of applause, please. Let's start with that.
Hey.
Like, congratulations to all of you.
We should take time to applause ourselves, to clap for ourselves. Great idea.
Because you guys are really making the #1 step, which is required for a better life and a better world, and that is in self-improvement. And in that area and mental health, I'm going to share some tips with you that I wish I had shared with my 20-year-old self or younger. I just wish someone had told me these things when I was younger. So I'm 43, and I have worked in the film industry for 26 years. And I have written a book, and I'm working on the second one. The reason why I wrote this book, The Autobiography of God, is so that I may be able to help people like yourself. And thank you, Sherry, for giving me this chance of actually doing this. I think I speak better than I write, because my writing is very simple. It's not very academic. Anyone can just go through the book, and it's published by Penguin. So everything I'm going to talk about today is in detail in the book. The only reason why I show you the book, so you know the cover, it's available on Amazon. But today I'm going to give you a brief gist of what's in the book, so that from there we can take it on to problems that you personally face in your life, and try and apply the simple principles that I have found to be a one answer to all questions kind of thing. So if that seems too fantastical, I'm going to start with what I do with everyone. So those who have attended some of my talks before on Kectil, don't give away the answer, no spoiler alerts. So for those of you who have not listened to me before, I'm going to ask you some very basic questions. Do you say my body? Does everyone in the room say my body? Show of hands, please. My body. Yeah, we say my body hurts today, or my body's feeling really nice. My body. We all say my body. Okay. Do you say my mind? My mind. Show of hands, please. Okay. Sherry does. Yeah, everybody does. Yeah, we all do. We all say my body and my mind. Now the question is, who is claiming ownership of the body and the mind? Who is saying my body, my mind? Who is that? I'm going to give you a minute to think about it. If you want, write your answer down. Anybody want to volunteer an answer, or are you still thinking? Who is saying my body, my mind? So most people say I am or me. So what does I or me mean? Who is I? That I that is saying my body, my mind. Who is that I? I'm telling you, this is the most fundamental question that you need to know the answer to if you want to move on in life very smoothly. Life will move on with or without this answer, but this answer will change the entire game of everything to do in your life, because the one common factor for everything in your life is the I or the me or the myself. Without you, there is no your life and your world. So let's face this straight on, and the answer is very, very, very empowering. So for those of you who have been thinking, what does I or me stand for? That's a better way to go about it. We won't ask, who am I? We will say, what am I? And from what am I, we will go to, what is I? What is the meaning of the word I? I stands for, ready for the answer? Life.
Yeah.
Life. You are life itself. That is claiming ownership of this body and this mind. You're saying, I'm life, and this body and this mind are one expression of me. And just like all other bodies and minds are expressions of me, different expressions of me. And now we come to the point of why we are all one. We are all one life in so many millions and billions and trillions and godzillion forms. All the bodies and all the minds are life forms. So now, where are we coming to? We're coming to identification. Are you identifying with the body? Are you identifying with the mind? Or are you identifying as life? When you identify as life, you start expressing yourself differently, and you start feeling differently in the body and in the mind. So, to put it very simply, you start using your body and your mind as your tools. You are life that has this body and this mind. The way life is using it right now as Lena is as this body and these vocal cords and this mouth and this tongue making these sounds in order to express something to other forms of itself. So this is, I think everyone's got this pretty clearly. And I use a model for this entire self-realization and self-actualization process. I call them the 5 Ws. And I'll just show you the picture because that kind of sticks in the brain, and it will help you further on as you explore yourself further. Because without this core foundation strong in you, you're going to be kind of wavering when the times get bad. And life does have its ups and downs always. So this is the structure. Yep. What, who, when, where, why am I? These questions need to be answered. If you don't have answers to these questions, you're going to feel very lost. And 99.99999% of people on the planet are feeling lost. And this is a simple way to go about it. So I hope this is useful to you. And with just this, I don't want to go on about it because I want this message to stick. That you have to remember that you are life itself. And now I think we'll head on to discussing and maybe answering some questions.
I mean, that is very profound, Lena. And I really like the last question. Why am I? Okay, why am I? And I think each of us has to ask, why am I? And I think whether we know the answer to that or not, it may be just too big and it just blows our mind. Why am I? That's a very big question. But if you ask yourself, why am I? And we know that we're basically on this world for a limited number of years, that's pretty well documented. We better take some time to make a difference. And I think that's what you're trying to do also. And you're motivating people to say, why am I? And it's a motivation to lead a purposeful life. We talk about that in our book. We've written one book from the Kectil program, and hopefully another one will be coming out soon. But I did some research on it, just like you've done, research on it. And we have the universe. We now know the universe is about 13.8 billion years. It's going to be, and of that time period, we're going to be on this planet with feet on the ground for maybe 100 years if we're lucky, right? And we know that those numbers are correct. And so when you think that the universe is about 13.5 billion years old, and of that, you're going to be on this land for about 100 years, what are you going to do to make a difference? How is the world going to matter because you were in it? And the answer to that question really lies inside us, which is, why am I? And people need to dig deep to find a passion, to find a project and a challenge. And we talk about that in our book. And it may be, even though we didn't know each other at the time, that our two books have a lot of parallels. When in the first Kectil book, I talk about a children's book that is called Miss Rumphius, and I don't know if you've ever referred to it, if you know anything about it, but Miss Rumphius, it's about an adventurer, a young woman who's an adventurer, and she loves to travel, and so she traveled the world, and she saw all kinds of things, and she did lots of projects, and she was very active. And then she got back to her house, and she realized, I'm getting to the point that, my 100 years will be up pretty soon. And what am I going to do to make my mark on this earth? What am I going to do? How is the world going to be different because I personally was born? And I think every person in this conference needs to think about that question. How is the world going to be different because you personally were born? Okay. When you die, is the world going to be different? Will you have contributed to it? Okay. And it's a very simple children's book. But what she did was she looked at the fields one day and she saw these beautiful purple flowers, lupines. And she said, okay, what I'm going to do was I'm going to buy seeds, and I'm going to plant these seeds all over the land. And so she bought a bunch of seeds and she just planted lupines, purple lupines all over. And so the whole thing was different. And she was happy because of that, because she changed the world because she planted all these beautiful flowers and she gave beauty to everyone who was coming by. That was her small contribution. So it's a project and a challenge. She came up to a point in her life where she said, wow, it's time for me to make my mark on this world. And I think each person in this conference has to ask themselves that same question. When are you going to get to the point that you can make a mark on the world such that the world is different because you were born? Okay. That's a very profound challenge. Very, very profound challenge. And actually, that's what caused me, one thing that caused me to make the Kectil program. And that's in the book also, because, I was doing the same thing. I went through a lot of schooling, ton of schooling. And then, I was a chemist, and as a lawyer, I started my own law firm. But that there was something missing. I needed to give something back. I needed to say, why am I? Which is your question. Why am I? And why am I? So I thought, okay, why don't we pull together talented youth in developing countries all over the world and mentor them on a personal one-on-one basis so that we can create a global network. And that's really answering the question, why am I? Why am I? So the Kectil program is a direct result of that question. And you have to probe inside yourself, because people have different talents. They come with different assets, different talents, different things that they can do. But I charge each one of you in the room, at some point in your life, you need to come up with a project that leaves the world a little better off than when you got here, and it changes the world. And that's a challenge to you. And the example of that is the Kectil program. When I started the Kectil program started in 2016, first kickoff was 2017. This program is only 7 years old. 7. It's not even 10 years old yet. It's 7 years old. Okay, the first year that we started the Kectil program, I didn't even know, I'm not good at IT. I had no idea how to even advertise it. I didn't know what to do. We threw it out on some bulletin boards, and somehow some international bulletin boards, opportunity boards for youth, picked it up and they started advertising it. And I didn't know how to collect all of these and accept them. And so the very first year we started the Kectil program, we had about 100 people come from 32 countries to come and join and say, we want to help you start this global network for talented youth in developing countries. So I gave them a challenge. The first challenge I gave them was they had a first assignment. Their first assignment was to go find 2 talented youth and bring them into the program. So immediately I had 300 people, right? Because that was their first assignment and they had to follow it. And it's built year after year after year. But now in 2024, we have mentored 6,000 to 8,000 youth in over 100 countries. And that all came from the question, why am I? It came from the question, how am I going to leave this world a little bit better than I found it? So when you think about your project, think about this book that Lena wrote about all the whys. How are you going to question yourself? Think about the book of Miss Rumphius of planting flowers. Think of the Kectil program. Think about how at some point in your life, you've got to come up with a project and a challenge that is going to be your gift for being on Earth for these very small 100 years out of 13.5 billion years of the age of the universe. And I think that says it all. And I send it back to Lena.
Wow, that was very inspiring, Sherry, because you're doing things on such a huge scale, because you have expanded to that scale as a human being in yourself, as a soul, as an energy body. You have expanded to think of things on a global scale. You're not thinking of how can I help my cousins and my nephews and nieces. But I'm not saying that is wrong. I'm saying let's set realistic goals. Yeah. When we hear of what Sherry has achieved, it might be intimidating and it might be like, oh my God, like Sherry can do that. I can't even help myself here. So what Sherry is saying has to be taken in the right mindset, so that we realize that we can grow to that level of going global, but we need to start where we are. And so my example for that would be that, what is the world for you? Because it's not one world. There are as many worlds or universes as there are people. Because my world is not Sherry's world. Your world is not anybody else's world. Our world is made up of us in the center. We have a group of our close family and friends, which makes up our inner circle, and that affects us very directly. And the 5 people you spend time with the most will shape you. And that is where I think Sherry is doing a great thing by giving you like-minded youth who can get together and shape each other and be mentored by people who have great ideas, who have seen it in life and gone through the struggles and found the answers, so that you don't have to reinvent the wheel, so that you can start using those tires that everyone's giving you and start putting them to your vehicle and start moving. So what I would suggest is first take a good look at your world, your immediate family, friends, associates, people who matter to you, then the people in the world who inspire you, and then ask, before you ask, why am I, which is one of the deepest questions for a human being, the biggest quest is a purpose for being. Without a purpose for being, we will just wither away into depression and death. Because a human being cannot live without a purpose. For some people, maybe for a mother, her child might be her whole purpose. She's just there to take care of that child, and that's all she cares about. Now that's a purpose, and that will keep her alive. And she will take care of her health and everything because she has that purpose. So I'm saying it can start from anything, but you have to find what drives you. So inside us, apart from all the little things that others ask us for, there is something like a subject. Give it one word. Like, is it mental health? Is it poverty? Is it injustice? Is it hypocrisy? What is that one word that really pisses you off, that you don't like the way it is in the world? Now you found your passion already. It should piss you off, because right now the way it is in the world, no, this is not working. We need this to change. That has to come into you, and now you have a direction. It's like in the GPS, you need to put in an address so that it can help you go where you need to go. So you need to be able to type in, what is it that pisses you off? Now you stop getting pissed off about it, and now you start forming a plan. You go about, okay, what's the change I would like to see in this area? As you write that down, refine it, keep writing it as points. You will have 1,000,000 points, and nobody other than you will have those same points. That is where you're special. And that is why life has decided to incarnate as you. You are the very same life that is in Sherry, the very same life that is as Lena, the very same life that is as you. Please say your name aloud in the room right now. Life in and as
Sherry. Yes.
Everybody. Just say your name.
Let's make some noise in that room. Wake up. Let's make some noise. Everybody say.
Let's hear everyone's name out loud in the room. I am.
And scream your name. Make it loud. I want to hear it all the way in Singapore. Really loud. Okay, scream your name. You should be proud of your name. Scream that name. Scream that name.
Scream
Are
the
you not
name.
proud of your name?
I, life, am, and I say Lena, like that. Sherry says Sherry.
Yes.
It's the same life. It is called in different names. It's in a different body, and it uses a different mindset, but it is the same life. We are all life forms of the same life. So there is no additional or lesser or superior or lower in anything. It is the same life force.
Yes.
So
yes.
never think you lack anything.
Oh no, that absolutely no, that is great. And another thing that I started thinking about, it's a really profound idea. It's that every person on earth is a winner. And the reason why you're a winner is because you won the lottery. You won the lottery with the right to be alive for maybe 100 years. And the way you won the lottery, think about on the day you were born. No, not on the day you were born. On the day you were conceived by your father and your mother. Okay. How many eggs and sperms existed in the earth, on the earth with all people all over the world? How many eggs and how many sperm existed all over the world? What is the infinitesimal odds that the one egg and the one sperm would come together to produce you? Okay. Infinitesimally low odds that you would be born. Okay. But you were. Okay. That means the people who share this earth are people who won the lottery of life. I shouldn't be here. Why did one sperm out of like several million and one egg out of how many 100,000 come together to make me? And if it had been a different egg or a different sperm, it wouldn't be me. It'd be somebody else. Okay. You won the lottery of life because you had a father and a mother who came together, and that one egg and one sperm came to get you. So we are all the same all over the world. We are bonded by the fact that we are the very infinitesimally few people who won the lottery of life. And that's not a joke. That's not an exaggeration. That's just the truth. That is just the truth. Okay.
And it is not random.
It is not random. You won the lottery of life. Okay. And you were given a gift to have your feet on the ground on this earth for about 100 years out of 13.8 billion years. And then you say to yourself, my gosh, I'm a winner. You can't be a loser if you won that lottery. You cannot, it's impossible for you to be the loser if you won the lottery to exist and be on this earth for 100 years. That's an incredible gift. Okay. And you're here. Now, what are you going to do with that? What are you going to do with that? Okay. What do you think of all the people who were never made, all those, the sperm and eggs that never came together? They never became people. Okay. But you did. You know, I think about that a lot, and all of us, and I actually tried to do the math on that. And it's so astronomical that it would be impossible for you to be born. It's impossible, but yet you were born. And yet the people who are alive today who were born, and that's why all of us are the same. We won the lottery of life. We should be all holding hands and saying and celebrating and say, we made it. We won the lottery of life. Okay, we're here, and what are we going to do about it? I think that's really profound, and it's just the facts. It's just the facts, right? So,
Sherry, do you think we should open up for the audience to ask questions if they like?
Yes, if they have any questions, yes. Who is moderating from the floor, and see if we have any questions. I want to hear from some of these people who won the lottery of life, and hear about their plans for what they're going to do to change the world. Does anybody have a question? That may be so profound that we've just kind of shaken them out of their reality zone here. Does anybody have a question? Okay.
I'm sure there are questions. They don't have to be regarding exactly what we spoke about. You can ask just any question that comes to your head, and I'm sure Sherry or I will bring it back to what we were talking about.
Of course. We'll see if there is a question, or there could be a question even from the Kectil executive team that's here. We could do that.
Okay.
And while we're waiting, maybe, do we have a question?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Okay. Thank you. First of all, my name is Christopher. Surname Karawari.
Can you speak up a bit?
My name is
Christopher. Keep the mic close.
Surname Karawari.
Hi, Christopher.
At UPNG. It's very interesting, like, to know why, who, like all these questions about especially ourselves, and like what you guys have said, like it's more like out of thousands and I would say thousands, millions of cells, especially eggs and sperms, like you are a unique and a chosen one, I would say.
Yeah.
You're winning a lottery of the lifetime.
Yeah. Yes.
And here you are.
Mm-hmm.
But it keeps on burning in me that there is no difference. Like, for example, between me and my friends, like I have hands, I have fingers, so has my friend. But the question is this: why? Why am I excelling and not my friend? Is it the mindset, or is it that animosity that is within ourselves, that makes us to hate where we are or what we are doing? Thank you.
What makes us different is that life never repeats anything other than the same lesson again and again in case we don't learn it. But life is so unique that in every form that it is, the other form is totally different and totally unique. So the one thing we need to focus on our self-improvement journey is to never compare, because there is no comparison. We might be thinking we're better off than the other person. That person might be thinking they're better off than us. And that just it's a recipe for disaster. If you're looking at others and comparing in any form, either feeling better or worse. Either way, it does not help in your self-improvement journey. What I would suggest is focusing only on yourself. And as you get more clarity on what you are and then who you are, that is, who you are is how you appear in the world, how you think, how you speak, how you act. That is who you are. What you are is life, and that is the same for everyone. So there's no comparison there. But who you are depends on your thoughts, your actions, and your speech. So that is where you focus on. You focus on you. And what are you doing now? What are you made up of? What are the things that need to change in you so that the new you can be formed? Whenever we're trying for self-improvement, we're always thinking of the things I want to become. But to become the next stage of you or the new version of you, there are a lot of things that need to end. So just take a good look, because we just keep growing slowly, we keep growing. So we don't realize that we're carrying a lot of useless baggage with us most of the time. And we might have just got it from society or from our upbringing or just our very childish mindset sometimes. So the first tool I would suggest for self-improvement is 1, do not compare. 2, only compare yourself to your previous self. So am I better today than I was yesterday? Tomorrow, in what way will I be better than I am today? So what is in me today that needs to change? Maybe it's a mindset. Maybe it's a body set. Like I hate getting up and working out. I need to walk at least, or I need to work my body out. That's something to do with the body, exercise or food. I just stuff food into my body. Now the tool to know how to change your body set or your mindset is to ask why again. Like we asked, why am I? And that started the whole discussion out. Now you ask, why do I stuff myself with food? When you ask why, it says, oh, because it just comforts me. Okay, so what is disturbing me? Again, ask why. So what is it that's disturbing me that makes me stuff myself with food? Like, this is just an example. You can ask this for anything. Like, I don't have the confidence. Why? Oh, because I came from a background where nobody believed in me. Okay, why didn't they believe in you? Oh, because they did not believe in themselves. Now we're outside the chains. Because they did not believe in themselves. They did not believe in anybody else. And that has nothing to do with you. So we're not comparing you with anyone. We let that whole mindset and that baggage, we leave it. You can do your own thing. I see myself as burning old stuff up because I just let it go up in smoke and it's done. And it's like, okay, thank you very much for being part of my past, but you do not join me on the future path or the timeline, because it's just old baggage that will not allow you to grow. So I went quite roundabout with the answer and very elaborate, but Christopher, I would suggest just focus on yourself, even give yourself 1 year of dedicated focus on only you. Go inside, just put all your focus and energy on your own growth, and then you will help everyone around you. And your friends will see you grow and they will want to know, what have you done to change so much and grow so much? And then you can tell them. Don't tell them before that. After you've changed, when they ask you, how did you do this? Then you tell them, I focused on me. I stopped comparing myself with everyone and everything in the world. And I stopped looking outside because I'm looking at the old world. The old you is projected this world. That's why I said it's your world. Everyone's world is different. And we can never judge another person's world because we can never see it. Only those 2 eyes see that world. Only my eyes see Lena's world. Only Sherry's eyes see Sherry's world. Only your eyes, Christopher, and everyone in the room. Only Ray's eyes see Ray's world. So the beauty of this is that individuality. Your world is going to be as beautiful as you make it. And you have that control. That's why you're all of life. You will not experience misery when you have risen out of the misery of your body and your mind, irrespective of the place on earth or the country, the race or anything. It has nothing to do with any of that. It just has to do with life force energy and where it is focused. So I wish you all the very best with creating your brand new lives with brand new mindsets. Only focus on yourself, make lists, keep journals, keep a journal for yourself, your own life journal, and start with it today. My life journal. And keep a big book so that you can keep adding in it, or have a digital diary, which is great because it's unlimited. And now start putting in the things in you that need to change, the things in the world that you would like to see change. And that is what Mahatma Gandhi meant when he said, be the change you want to see in the world. Be the change. It does not mean that you're going to change the world from moving outside. You first do the work within, and then it just overflows out of you into your world. So it's very simple. If you look at it, it's so good. You can sit anywhere and you don't need anyone's help. You just sit alone and you sit and work on yourself. You get into a nice space. Oh, wow. And it's not straight away going to get, oh, wow. Because when you look at all the things that need to change in you, it's going to be like, oh, I'm so messed up. And then you realize, oh, no, it's the mind that's messed up. I'm not the mind. It's the body that's messed up. It's the world that's messed up. I am life. And I'm life force energy, so I can change anything. I can change absolutely anything because I am life force energy. And now close your eyes, see yourself as life force energy, going to work on this body, going to work on this mind, this mindset. And everything will change. Believe me, just trust me on that one.
Wow, that's wonderful. So motivational, so spiritual. This is Lena. This is the world of Lena. This is why we love her. Thank you so much for joining us and giving us all this wisdom and inspiration and motivation. Thank you for being part of the Kectil family. We really appreciate it. And thanks for coming in from India today.
Thank you so much to everyone who participated, and thank you once again, Sherry. Thanks, guys.
Oh, goodness. We're blessed to have you. Thank you so much, Lena. Okay. Bye. Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye. Okay, wonderful. Well, that was very inspirational. And I want each one of you to remember that you've won the lottery of life and you're already a winner. Very important. Okay, Lennox, we're going over now to Lennox. Lennox is going to be moderating the next panel. I see we have Rashmi with us, another one of our wonderful guests who's coming in. And this wonderful guest is coming from Zambia. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Lennox, to moderate the next panel.
Thank you so much, Sherry. Thank you so much. So let me start by introducing the guests that we have, and I'll just read their biography. So, good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome you to this important discussion on the local development and the ethical use of natural resources. So as we seek to drive economic growth and community well-being, we must balance the progress with sustainability and ensuring that our local resources are managed responsibly. So in today's panel, we will explore how we can foster local development while also safeguarding the environment for future generations. And right now, I would like to introduce our panelists. We have Rashmi Sharma, who is a shareholder of Jewel of Africa and a Genealogical Institute of Zambia. She is a fellow of the Gemological Association of Great Britain and the Gemological Institute of America. Rashmi holds a master's in business administration as the leader and the CEO of Jewel of Africa design team. She is a qualified appraiser and a buyer of gemstones and jewelry. She is a passionate advocate of Zambian gemstones. working to create gemstone industry within Zambia's mineral mining industry. Rashmi not only excels as design, but also at retail management. She leads the product expansion of the jewelry range alongside her primary passions for gemstones. Rashmi also makes regular presentations at diplomatic missions around the world and organized exhibitions in the United States and China, expanding the accessibility and the visibility of Zambian gemstones around the world. In her free time, Rashmi is passionate about her work with the community and volunteers with orphaned girls to enable them attain higher education. Feel most welcomed, Rashmi. And our next panelist is Heinet Ho, a Kectil Global Board member, joining us from New York City. Welcome. Welcome, Rashmi. We'll pull up your slides for the presentation.
Is Rashmi back on?
Hi, good morning.
There you are. Good morning, Rashmi. And I'm going to say a quick hello too. It's so great to see you. Thank you
Same
for joining
here. Good to see you guys. I have William with me in
Yeah.
case I have any technical issues.
That's the best. Great.
Yeah. So it's 8:15, 10 past 8. How's it going so far?
Oh my goodness. We are at you are the last panel of the second day, and we have gone through, I think, such great content, and we're ending up here with your panel, which I think is so critically important, which is how countries use their assets, how developing countries use their assets for the benefit of the people. You know, when I was in Zambia, we had such great conversations about how countries should be using their resources and whether they can use them for the local wealth of people. And you had such great things to say. We also toured your facility, by the way. I'll tell everyone here in Papua New Guinea, we had a wonderful tour, and Rashmi in her manufacturing plant makes gorgeous jewels, and we were able to see this, and I'm sure you'll say more about this in your slides, so I won't steal that thunder, but all I'll say is you're doing a wonderful job, and we're so happy to have you.
Thank you for having me. I hope everybody's not tired. Just stay awake another half an hour. I promise not to bore you. Yeah, so where do we take it from now? There is a slide that I'd like to start sharing and start speaking. Who is my audience at the moment? How many are they?
Okay, we have over 200 youth from Papua New Guinea in the age range from 17 to 26. These youth were selected because they are talented youth leaders in the country. We had almost 400 youth apply to come to this conference, and we selected 250. And they're here. They've been very engaged, asking questions. And, there are a lot of course, there are a lot of challenges in Papua New Guinea, like there are in all developing countries, but there certainly are some special challenges in Papua New Guinea. And we think that these youth are among the ones who are going to help change the country. So that's why we're here, to inspire them, talk to them, and bring them into the global Kectil network.
Well, hi, everyone. Let me know when I can begin.
Hey, can we get the slides? Lennox, can Cindy?
So I think he's going to share the slides for you.
All right.
So someone on the ground, Azim, or any, can you get the slide deck up, please? Or Remina.
All right, while waiting for the slides to go up, it seems a bit disrespectful when you're all on your phones and not paying attention to the speakers. So I urge you all to please put away your phones and pay attention. We'll almost be winding down with our conference today. Thank you so much.
Yes. Okay. That's wonderful. That's always a good message for youth between 17 and 26, right? Okay. So we're getting the slide deck up. and that should be happening in a minute. That we might say that this is the very first global youth conference to take place in the country of Papua New Guinea, and so we are now getting used to, and they are getting used to complex AV issues where we have people coming in from a number of countries. We have Zoom, we've got slide decks, we've got speakers there on the ground. So this is complex, but it's coming off beautifully. So we want to thank all the leaders on the ground for helping. So while you're waiting for the slide deck, do you want to give any introductory comments, Rashmi?
Sure. I can also play the slides from my own computer, my laptop, but I'll leave it to the ground manager. So Jewel of Africa has been in existence since 1992. I'm like Lennox introduced me already, a fellow of the Geological Association, the second FGA in the country. My father was the first one in 1992, and he worked with the Geological Survey Department in Zambia as well as in Tanzania. He surveyed the land, so he realized the potential of the land, which Papua New Guinea, I noticed has a lot of gold and a lot of copper. But my father was a visionary, is a visionary. He's going to be coming in to watch this as well. And he said to us, he put his foot down and he said, whatever you want to study, you can. In the evenings, I will have to learn how to make jewelry, and my brother will have to study mining engineering and learn how to cut stones. Didn't care what else we did in our lives. We went ahead and we had our undergrad in maths and computer science and on to our masters. But while I was doing my undergrad and my postgrad, in the evenings, I would learn how to make jewelry. And then I started studying gemology while I was in the UK. And I became a fellow and thoroughly enjoyed it. It was very scientific. It's all about the periodic table and physics and the way light bends and sparkles. So it's my world is of gems. And, I just love everything about their sparkles, everything that I dream about gems. I dream about designing gems. What do you do with the, gemstones that look like the sun? And I don't know if you can see this. I can't see myself. But,
beautiful. Beautiful.
So this is one of the advantages of actually doing this in my office is I can actually lift up boxes and show you. The thing is, there's a lot of potential in this country, and you have to tap into it. If you're not value adding, you're not creating jobs. And you have to do this as local people. As Zambians, we've done this for over 35 years. We've grown organically. Nobody gives us any money to mine gemstones because gemstones flow in veins. And I don't know if we have any geography or geology students amongst us. No?
I don't know.
Okay. Can they hear me?
Yes, they can hear you. They can hear you.
All right. So very important.
And by the way, if you want to share your deck, I think you probably can do that. Don't you think so, Lennox?
I'll get William to do that for me.
Okay. And I think that would take us out of tile view.
There we go. That's fine.
What I'm hearing is that the slide deck is large, so it's taking a bit of time to download. So if you can download it more quickly from yours, that's fine too. Oh, Ray is doing it. Okay. Oh, look at that. Well, hey, that's a nice picture.
This is the cover of one of the magazines. So I must be doing something inspirational if people are wanting to listen to my story. So thank you for having me. Again, my name is Rashmi Sharma, CEO of Jewel of Africa. What you see in front of me in the picture is actually this is my office, and my best friend is the microscope on my left and the specific gravity scale on my right. I make sure that I know what I'm selling. I look at inclusions, I design, certify. We have GIZ, which is the Gemological Institute of Zambia. I have trained another FGA, so the two of us actually do certify and verify gemstones and jewelry all around the world. I have a business in the US as well for the last 20 years. 90% of everything we manufacture in Jewel of Africa goes to the USA. And a bit 5% goes to China, and then the other 5 is local and
You should
the rest of the world.
Yeah, request them to give you the next
Oh,
slide.
can I ask you to move on to the next slide, please? All right, so this slide is about value addition. This is the emerald. The rock formation is very hexagonal, and we pluck it out of the ground. That's how it forms, with the pegmatite on the base. Aluminium, beryllium, silica is the actual emerald. And the unique structure of Zambian emerald that differentiates it from any other emerald is that it's colored by chromium and iron. Iron gives it the strength. So Zambian emerald is doing extremely well around the world. I have a TED Talk for those of you who want to learn more about Zambian gemstones. So just look up Rashmi Sharma TEDx 2019, and it'll showcase that in 2019 we were sitting at 44% global capacity, global sales, and now we are at 70%. I'll show that on the next slide. Can we move on, please? Oh, I need to tell you a little bit about Zambia. Our population is 19 million, almost 20. Papua New Guinea is almost 10, so we are double that. Our GDP is 28. Papua New Guinea's is 32, if I remember correctly. So you're doing better than us. And I hear you're the 7th fastest growing economy in the world. We're nowhere near you guys. So you have so much more potential than we do. We have to be learning from you. So again, thank you for listening to me. Our main export is copper. However, a ton of copper is equivalent to 1 carat of an emerald, and we have more gems in Zambia than any other country has discovered. So these are our low-hanging fruits, and yet we focus on copper so much that our economy relies and is dependent, and happiness is dependent on the price of copper, whereas we have so much more to share with you. Next slide with you, please. This is the map of Zambia. And you can see all the gemstones scattered around there. This is a representative map of where these gemstones are from. And if you count them, there's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 different gems on this. And within the 16 different gems, just the tourmalines, we have about 30. Wow. So that takes us way beyond anybody else who has. And every time, so this is the center of Africa, well, the southern central. We have DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo. The terrain is very similar to Papua New Guinea's, except they're not islands. Angola, Namibia, Botswana, Zimbabwe, they're all diamond-producing countries. So naturally, we also have diamond kimberlite pipes on the Western Province, which is on your far left. And we just don't have anybody mining them because Zambia, for the longest time, was blacklisted on the Kimberley process by the De Beers. So we weren't allowed to deal in diamonds. That ban has now been lifted. So we're open for $1 billion investment. If anybody wants to come in and mine diamonds, please come and speak to me and I will introduce you to the right people. If not, go partnering with me myself. Apart from the diamonds, we have lithium, cobalt, most of the rare earth elements that when people come looking for these rare earth elements, they come across the gemstones because the gemstones are made up, complex silicates and complex elements come together and create the gemstones over millions of years. The Zambian emerald itself is 5 million years old. So you can imagine this is untapped territory. And we are surrounded by countries that have all of these known gems. Mozambique has the best rubies. So naturally, we have the rubies as well. So this is just a very good representation of what Zambia has. And Jewel of Africa's vision is to add value, not just by Jewel of Africa, but we've created a foundation that will help people in the rural areas add value to those gemstones because we can't reach every single spot around the country. It's quite a wide, spaced out place. But Papua New Guinea, you guys have so much more gold than we do. We have gold. I'm wondering whether you have a jewelry industry that creates ornaments that are made in gold. And do you have any other gemstones? I couldn't find anything online, but if you do, value addition would be fantastic. Next slide, please. So this slide shows India, Colombia, and others. This is just the emerald cutting. So India cuts 75% of the global emeralds. Zambia produces 70% of the global emeralds. There are 2 big mines that are foreign owned, and all the gemstones are auctioned outside of Zambia. So Zambians actually don't get to see the top quality. Once upon a time, let's say 2017, the auctions were being held in Zambia, and we bid and we won the top bid. We paid about $15,000 a gram plus VAT. It came up to close to $17,000 a gram, which the foreigners don't have to pay. And the same lot 7 years later, 2017, 2024, it is going between $34,000 and $35,000. So the value of Zambian emeralds has more than doubled in the past 7 years. So our gemstones are really taking, we've gained traction in recognition and marketing over the last 7 to 10 years. But the fact remains that India cuts majority of that. And we've been training cutters for the last 32 years to cut and polish in our workshops. And we've trained over 100 jewelers and cutters. The difference is we're not skill specific. So our jewelers can cut gemstones, create the jewelry, finish the piece of jewelry, set the stones, and off it goes for quality control. And I check all of that. This is a very skill-specific industry. In other parts of the world, they will only teach you to cut the stones, only teach you to make the molds, only teach you to set the stones. So they're not empowering people to go out there and start their own businesses, which is what we have been doing for the last 32 years. If you don't want to stay with us, you're free to go and start creating cottage industries around Zambia, because that's what we need. I need to be able to pick up the phone and say, send me 1,000 carats of amethyst, this calibration. We don't have anybody doing that at the moment. We don't have the capacity. Only recently, since December 2023, when the president walked in and he became aware of the potential of our Zambian gemstones, did he suggest that everybody should start learning and talking about institutes that will create better jewelry makers and gemstone cutters. But in the meantime, while they're figuring out policy and regulations, Jewel of Africa carries on churning more and more jewelers and cutters, including refugees with UNHCR. Next slide, please. So the global emerald production, I've already spoken about this. This is from the Forbes, cited from the Forbes, where Zambia is producing 70%. Colombia is at 22%, and the others are Afghanistan, Ethiopia, and a few other countries, and Russia. They have some emeralds as well, but Zambia has clearly taken over in 2023, 2024. This is from 2023 slide. In my TEDx, we were at 44%, and now we're sitting at 70% global sales, which is huge, because if we are looking at emerald selling at $35,000 per gram, and if we cut and polish that $35,000 a gram piece, it will sell for $500,000 eventually when it's cut and polished to perfection. Next slide, please. So this is what we do: create rough gemstones into beautiful sparkles. The rough stone that you see over there is probably about $1,000. Once it's cut and polished, that green tourmaline with the fan or the windmill at the back is $10,000. This is just a tourmaline, one of the tourmalines. And the next slide, please. Yeah, so this is just the process of manufacturing all the beautiful jewelry that we do. The last piece is of particular interest. I was sitting next to somebody at the Indian High Commission 2 nights ago, and she was wearing that piece. It's my refugee piece. So next slide, please. Let me talk about that. So we have a partnership with UNHCR. We started with 22 refugees with UNHCR. After COVID, we had free benches. We lost about 40% of our staff. And so we had free benches, and so we were allowed to train more people. And so we started with 22. We slowly took batches of 5, and eventually we had trained about 22 of them. And out of those 22, 2 of them remained with us because as trainees, and the government wasn't very happy because we had to train in, they insisted we train Zambians. We always train Zambians. It's just that when you are a local, you have all the other opportunities available to yourself. When you're a refugee, person of displaced nature, you don't have much to do. So you take whatever is given to you. So these people took it on and decided they were going to learn how to make jewelry and cut the gemstones. Next slide, please. So I started training Adidia when she was 19 years old, the slide on your left. The refugees were the trainees. She's wearing a Jewel of Africa mask because this was still during COVID, or just 2020. Yeah, this is very much during COVID. And she would come to work 7 days a week if I could keep up the pace with her. And now on the right-hand side, you'll see the same girl, Adidia, 4 years later, training Zambians. So this is a very big deal because now she's eligible for a work permit, and refugees don't often get work permits or residence permits. So they will be setting a precedence with UNHCR as well. And so the goal is not just to train Zambians, but to train as many people who are interested, but on Zambian gemstones. And now that we have a refugee at a minimum wage, and they've now become trainers, they're training other underprivileged Zambians. Tabita, the one who's being trained, was from a community school that I sponsor in the compound in the rural areas. It's in an underprivileged area, and she had been taken in a cohort of 5, and I chose her to do the cutting and polishing and the others to manufacture jewelry because, she had shorter hands and longer fingers, and so the cutting with when you have to press the stones down, and within 6 months she's cutting quartz in all the different shapes, and they sparkle better than diamonds. I'm not sure anything can sparkle better than diamonds, but they sparkle equivalent to diamonds. I shouldn't have said but better. I take that back. But her gemstones are beautiful beyond. I didn't expect her to be so good within 6 months. So that just goes to show what a good student she is and what a good trainer the refugee girl is. Next slide, please. There she is. There's Tabita, and she's cutting she's showing off a round brilliant and a teardrop. Now, what makes this exceptional is the fact that no light escapes the stone from the back. The sparkles are coming back out at you. And this is trying to create total internal reflection. So for Zambia, that is stepping into an already saturated market. I mean, jewelry is not new to the world. Jewelry has existed for millions of years. The Indian gods wear jewelry. For as long as I know, all our stories have jewelry around them and the treasures that the world has owned. Zambia is just becoming aware, hence it's new for us. So if we're going to step into a world that is already saturated, we have to be better for them to accept our gemstones and our jewelry. So they start with excellence. All right. For example, after COVID, before COVID, when we had bid and won the emeralds in 2017, we had been called by Tiffany's in New York, and they wanted to see our gemstones, and they were really blown away by our cutting standards and assumed that we were cutting them in India and buying them back, or taking our stones to India and bringing them back to Zambia to showcase. But I had to send videos of our people cutting and polishing because our cutting and polishing, hands down, is second to none. Our jewelry manufacturing skills, we're getting there. But if we're already selling 90% of our jewelry to the USA, that already says something that we must be good enough. And if we aren't, then we make sure that we get better by importing or having training sessions with foreign jewelers who are experts to come and train our people for a bit of time. And then they leave, and then our jewelers then train apprentices. Next slide, please. Apart from manufacturing by hand, we do computer-aided design. So there's Webster. He can create pretty much anything on his computer, and we can put your face on a coin. We make, for the government, we make the badges for the military, the buttons for the police, the Air Force badges. So for the country, we don't need to import from China anymore. Next slide, please.